Bye-bye, everybody. Okay, so, fellas, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll probably be back in about 30 minutes. I'll put on a... I was jamming to that. Dude, me too. I'll be back in a little bit. We're going to grab some food, and we'll go from there. Let's see. All right, here. All right, we'll get us ready for space news. I got a video here. It's just a little bit over a half hour long. We'll switch us over to science and technology. We got space news, guys, and then we got Hearts of Iron 4. We're gonna finish the Japanese playthrough, and then we got GTA Racing after that. So there's still plenty of stream left. What you cooking? Burgers, man. Burgers. I'll be back in a little bit, dudes.
Yep, okay, I got a tally ho on the Cape. Looking good, Vance. Can hear the wind real loud right now. Yeah.
At the end of a 3-million-mile journey, the space shuttle is coming home.
GPUs are looking good, Vance.
The commander has to make a perfect landing now. He has no engines to take him around again.
Boy, that. Boy, I tell you, that's a good one. Yeah, looking good. Okay. Right. Okay, got him. I'm gonna go. Gears on, got a light. 400. 300 out. Gears coming. 100, 255. 50 feet at 240. 30 feet at 235. 20 feet at 225. 10 feet at 220. 8 feet at 215. 5 feet at 210. 2 feet at 200. 1 foot. 195. 170. 165. 160. 150. 90 at 5. 70 at 5. 50 knots. 5 deceleration. 30 at 5.
Here, in the middle of a Florida wildlife refuge, the shuttles land.
20 knots at 5.
They are serviced and are launched again.
Okay, Houston, wheels are stopped. Way to go, boys. Magnificent.
This is Kennedy Space Center, America's spaceport. The people we hear about most are the astronauts, but actually there are thousands more working behind the scenes to keep the shuttles flying.
So the only thing is really
They inspect and maintain the more than 30,000 tiles that protect the orbiter from the heat of re-entry. They watch over the mating of the components, the solid rockets, the massive external tank, and the orbiter. Two weeks to launch, the shuttle rolls out to the pad. The flight crew has been training at Johnson Space Center near Houston. Now they've come here to Florida to take part in a dress rehearsal with the launch team. In preparation for a potential emergency, they practice rapid egress from the orbiter and the possible use of an escape basket.
Got 4 good HPUs. 4 good. I'm gonna get the last doors open. I got the doors. All the picks are up.
Now the engines have stopped. We are in space, 280 miles up. At last, we can see our magnificent Earth in all its splendor. The LDEF satellite weighs 10 tons and is the size of a school bus. It carries 57 experiments the work of more than 200 scientists from 8 countries. LDEF will stay up here for more than a year, exposing various materials to the vacuum of space. For us inside the spacecraft, there's a new experience: weightlessness. A typical crew consists of 5 to 7 people. Some are career astronauts, others are specialists in a variety of fields, representing various countries. Above is the flight deck with windows facing up and back into the payload bay. Below, the mid-deck functions as living room, dining room, bedroom, workshop, and study.
Discovery Houston, you're looking good for deploy.
Commander Hartsfield and pilot Coates navigate the orbiter to a predetermined point in space so that the communication satellite they are deploying will be precisely positioned.
That's a big number, isn't it? Look at that. Get some shots of that.
Stay times deployed, Houston.
Much of the time, the orbiter flies with its payload bay facing the Earth. So, to see our planet's features, the crew uses the overhead windows.
That's pretty.
As we cross the Alps into Italy, Genoa is on the left, home of Christopher Columbus. Eastward, the Po River flows down to the Adriatic. And just north of its mouth, glorious Venice. This is the Italy of the Renaissance. It was here that Leonardo first said, "We can fly." And now we circle the Earth every 90 minutes at 17,000 miles an hour. It's as if we're in a time machine, looking back across the centuries at our own history. The Boot of Italy. Islands of the Mediterranean, of Homer's Odyssey. Now on toward Crete, site of the ancient Minoan culture. The great city of Alexandria, once the world's center of learning. Beyond it, the lush delta of the River Nile, spreading down to the Mediterranean from Cairo. It is thought that thousands of years ago, everything below us now was fertile, but a change in climate turned North Africa into a desert. What will future climatic changes do to our Earth and to us?
Okay, how's that?
In search of the answer,
I like
Sally
it.
Ride deploys a satellite called Herbs.
That's a pretty spacecraft.
Challenger, Houston, you're a go for release.
Okay, we'll put in work.
Herbs will help us to know whether there will be more sandstorms in our future, or blizzards, or hurricanes, like Josephine, 500 miles in diameter and packing winds of 90 miles an hour.
You're only seeing like not even half of it right here. This is the eye of the storm.
Now the middeck has become part gymnasium and part factory. While Steve Hawley exercises, Charlie Walker operates a compact laboratory on the far bulkhead. This is a commercial venture. Its object to develop new kinds of medicines that can only be made in zero gravity. The communication satellite is deployed by Judy Resnick and photographed by Mike Mullane.
Discovery Houston, good news, Steve. We're watching it and a lot of smiles down here.
Yeah, there's a lot of them up here, too.
The crew eats and sleeps pretty much according to the same schedule as on Earth. Back in the early days of space, we sometimes heard complaints about the food, which was mostly squeezed out of toothpaste tubes. Now the crews get to eat what they want. Steak, strawberries, shrimp cocktail.
We copy that, Henry.
On this flight, we have extended an experimental solar array. In the future, such a device may tap the sun's energy to help power the space station. The leaves are so thin and the mast so ingeniously contrived that the 100-foot-high structure folds into a box 7 inches deep. While the crew sleeps, flight controllers on the ground watch over the orbiter. The Hawaiian Islands. The Andes Mountains in South America. Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center, our home port. South Florida and the Keys. The deep blue of the Gulf Stream and the turquoise reefs of the Bahamas. the vast craters of the Galapagos Islands. An orbital sunrise.
Altitude 2,000 feet. Range 12,000 feet.
As this is Discovery's maiden voyage, Commander Hartsfield will land on the long runway at Edwards Air Force Base in California. He's got lots of room, but he'd like to touch down on those two black stripes just ahead on the runway. Discovery rides back to Florida atop NASA's 747. With 4 orbiters in the fleet, new astronauts are needed. Thousands of candidates apply. Few make it.
Hook is down! And keep on walking.
Although some are pilots, many are engineers, medical doctors, and scientists.
Keep your eyes on the horizon. Put your elbows in tight. There you go.
Once selected, the new astronaut develops specific skills leading to an eventual flight assignment. Then, training for that mission begins. This is James Van Hoften, otherwise known as Ox. And this is George Nelson, known as Pinky. Together, they're going to attempt something which has never been done before: the capture and repair of a satellite in space. The satellite, called Solar Max, broke down after its first few months and is now rotating in orbit, partially crippled.
Okay, we show a dock.
Okay, Lynn, how about if I take Pinky here and roll him upside down? I'll get him back there by the...
They will be
by the
assisted
NFR.
by astronaut T.J. Hart.
And here he goes with a roll. Now, pick him back up again.
The shuttle's arm plays a vital role in the repair, and T.J., as they call him, is an expert.
And back up to the satellite. Oops.
An astronaut, fully dressed in a spacesuit, weighs close to 400 pounds. In space, he'll weigh nothing at all. Pinky and Ox practice the repair in a tank at Johnson Space Center. It's the closest one can come on Earth to weightlessness.
This must be space. Okay, great. Safety divers, take the subjects down for final ballasting in heads-up position.
Okay, and I'm about ready to jump out of foot restraints here and do a check flight.
On Pinky's back is a mock-up of the Manned Maneuvering Unit, a one-man spacecraft that will propel him away from the shuttle and over to the ailing satellite.
Okay, it's in work. Hang on. I'll get it, I promise. I tell you, it's not as easy as I had thought, however.
For 1 year, they rehearsed this scenario over and over again. And now it's time to go. The bees are part of a student experiment. Their efforts to build a zero-gravity honeycomb soon capture the curiosity of the crew. "48 hours into the mission, Commander Bob Crippen and pilot Dick Scobie bring the orbiter toward rendezvous with Solar Max.
12,000 feet, closing at 16 feet per second. Challenger Houston, the Solar Max is ready for capture.
According to plan, Pinky dons the manned maneuvering unit. In mission control, the mood is optimistic.
Looking good, Pinky. Okay. This is a pretty good pilot machine you got here.
Roger, I can see the smile on your face from here.
Satellite looks in excellent condition. Doesn't work. Thank you, Rita.
I don't know if he's docked yet or not.
The Jaws didn't fire.
EVA, Jaws didn't fire. Do you have a...
They did again, they didn't fire again.
Okay, didn't fire again.
Apparently the truck antenna adapter didn't
Go ahead.
latch properly. No joy there.
The orbiter backs away. To make matters worse, the satellite is now tumbling and losing power. Throughout the night, the flight team concentrates on finding a solution. Finally, near dawn, a new plan for the capture is hammered out. It will call upon all the skills of Commander Bob Crippen to bring the orbiter within arm's reach of the wobbling satellite, and on T.J. Hart to try to grapple it.
We know we're in good hands and use nice soft gloves.
Crippen's maneuvering fuel is nearing the red line. Running low, there are serious doubts that the operation is possible at all.
The remote manipulator arm was in motion at the time of loss of signal, so hopefully in reacquisition, we should have confirmation of whether the first grapple attempt was indeed successful.
Okay, we've got it, and we're in the process of putting in the SSS.
Outstanding!
That is fantastic, TJ. You make it look easy, Crip. We hadn't figured it like that. I'll tell you. All right. Damn, when Crip flies like that, it makes it so easy. I thought we were thinking margarita or two now. Put on top of that? Okay.
Solar Max, now safe in the cargo bay, is rotated into position for repair. Even if they can't fix it here, they could take the satellite back to Earth, repair it there, and redeploy it using another shuttle. But nobody wants to do that.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Next step, EVA for both repair functions.
Okay.
Ox and Pinky prepare to move outside to begin their work in the payload bay. Without their suits, they could not survive in the vacuum of space. The suits provide protection, warmth, and oxygen, and will keep them alive for up to 8.5 hours.
Start me up a little bit more and a little bit more towards the satellite.
EVA is working on very well. They've pulled out the old ACS module, endeavoring to take the new one and place it in the Solar Max. We're about an hour and 9 minutes into the extravehicular activity.
Don't drop anything on us, guys.
Okay. Hey, Jerry, the engine on.
Roger, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, right. Everything's on. I've double-checked all the little clips are over the connectors, and so I'm going to get ready and button it up. Houston Challenger, is Ox got to go?
Because Ox finishes the repair faster than anyone expected, he has time to take the manned maneuvering unit for a test flight.
Hello, Houston.
Hello, space.
We did have a go for Ox and Pinky to come in. Is that a firm?
That's a firm. It's time for Jimbo and Pinky to come in and get their hands washed for supper.
Sounds like a winner. We got steaks on tonight.
%. All right. Oh my God. All right. Okay.
Now Solar Max's circuits are checked out, and the Goddard engineers make certain that it works perfectly. TJ holds it facing the sun until its batteries are recharged, and then gently he returns it to orbit.
And we have release.
As Challenger and her crew pull away, they leave behind vivid proof that we can work in space. This repair is only the first step. Already people like you and me are beginning to travel into space. Some of our children will live in space, and their children may even be born there. Soon we will use the shuttle to build a space station in permanent orbit, operated by international crews. Pilot John McBride is preparing David Leestma and Kathy Sullivan for an EVA. Kathy will be the first American woman to walk in space.
I hear somebody kicking the orbiter.
Floating free, we look back at the majestic panorama of Earth, our home. Like Columbus, we dream of distant shores we've not yet seen. Now that we know how to live and work in space, we stand at the threshold of a new age of discovery.
Bro, how is that for timing? I just got back. Not bad, huh? I mean, I gotta eat first, but... yeah, it's an amazing documentary, dude. Alright. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll put on a Jam Handy video, and we'll go from there. Here. I'm just gonna put on a quick one, and then we'll get to it. I'm just finishing the interviews.
Formations like these require long hours of intensive drilling and careful judgment. When the troop goes around the corner, the riders on the outside of the turn have to adjust their speed to keep even with the riders on the inside. The man on the outside has to ride a lot farther and a lot faster in order to keep up with the parade. The outside wheels must spin faster than the wheels on the inside because they have a greater distance to travel in the same length of time. When a wagon turns a corner, the wheels can travel at different speeds because each one can turn freely on the axles. And in the early automobiles, the rear wheels turned separately and only one wheel was connected to the engine. But when only one wheel was driven by the engine, it had to do all the work, and it couldn't get a good enough grip on the road to do its job properly. So the one-wheel drive was soon out of date. But if two wheels are locked on an axle so that they are not free to turn separately, one or the other has to slide. So engineers had to find a way to connect both rear wheels to the engine without sliding and slipping on turns. The device which makes this possible is a part of the rear axle. It is called the differential because it can drive the rear wheels at different speeds. The differential looks complicated, but once we understand its principle, it is amazingly simple. These two wheels are mounted on separate axles and supported by a frame so that they can revolve freely at different speeds. Let's fasten a spoke on the inner end of each axle so that by turning the spokes, we can turn each wheel separately. With a bar or crosspiece, we can turn both wheels in the same direction at the same rate of speed. Let's get something to hold this bar in place so that it will press against the spokes. Notice that this support is not locked to the axle. It turns freely. Now we can spin the wheels by rotating the support. This is fine as long as both wheels are able to turn at the same speed. But let's see what happens when we go around the corner. With this arrangement, we cannot drive one wheel faster than the other. And if we stop one wheel, the other wheel won't budge. Let's put this bar on a pivot so that it can swing in either direction. Now, the bar can still turn both wheels at the same speed. And because it pivots, it lets one wheel turn even when the other is stopped. But if turned too far, the bar will swing around until it won't drive the spokes that turn either wheel. We need another crossbar and more spokes to carry on the job. When we stop one wheel, the crossbars will continue to push the spokes of the free wheel around. As long as both wheels are free to turn, the bars do not swing on their pivot and the wheels move at the same speed. Now we have the working principles of a differential. To adapt the model for use in an automobile, we will have to make a few changes. In order to reduce the jerky action caused by wide spaces between the spokes, we will put in more spokes. Further filling in the spaces between the spokes gives steadier, more continuous action, and changing the shape gives firm, constant contact. Now we can make the gears thicker and stronger, and we have differential gears. The edges are cut so that they will fit together more smoothly and silently, and another gear is added to share the work of driving the axles. The principle is the same. In order to turn the support and drive the wheels, we can fasten a large gear here, connected by a smaller gear to a source of power. Notice that the power is connected to the differential at the center line. We can make our model more compact by moving the gears closer together. When we put our differential in an automobile, we have to leave room for the drive shaft, which carries the power from the engine. We may build the floor of the car above the drive shaft. But if we do, we won't have much room inside unless we make the top of the car high too. Of course, we could lower the floor and ceiling, but the drive shaft would be higher than the floor. This would have disadvantages. A shaft in the middle of the floor of an automobile would be inconvenient for passengers and would be awkward for carrying luggage. Today, engineers have found a way to make the car roomier and closer to the road without a clumsy shaft above the floor. The drive shaft from the engine to the differential is lowered out of the way, and the drive shaft is connected to the rear axle at the bottom. The new low center drive makes the rear axle quieter, stronger, and more durable because it gives better, smoother contact between the gears. The automobile of today, with the low center drive, is stronger and more rugged. Every part of the rear axle has been built to withstand strains far greater than it will ever meet on the straightaway or around the corner.
Not bad, right? Pretty cool. I know what a diff does, but it still is kind of... What the hell were you thinking when you thought of this? Like, how the frick, you know? Can we make one in KSP? Sure. I can make one out of Kraken Tech RT. Yeah, absolutely. That car looks so safe and strong. I mean... It's over-engineered for application, no doubt, Joe. But you got to remember, those cars are over-engineered by modern standards because, at the time, literally every car needed to be an SUV. It needed to. Because there weren't any roads. There weren't any roads. You're driving down horse and buggy tracks, remember? Well, not remember, but at the time, like, well, it's not like the car just came out of nowhere and, oh, there's already roads. The roads were just dirt. And maybe some cobble from time to time in the cities. So every car had to be an off-road vehicle. Henry Ford designed the Model A to be an off-road vehicle from the start. It basically borrowed wagon suspension because everything was built for the wagon. True story. Return of the Kraken gears? I could do it. Fun fact, it was invented by a clockmaker, I think. That sounds about right. Last for a question. From you? No. With older differentials like that, doesn't it mean one wheel stops and the other wheel doubles its speed? No, Flacken. Except for hey, Meeps, what's going on? You sent me a video? Oh yeah. Oh okay. Let me see. Oh word. Hell yeah. Cool, man. How you been? The differentials in rear-wheel drive cars, front-engine rear-wheel drive cars, can work exactly the same as that. The designs have changed a little bit, but the principle is still the same. If you look at the If you look at the 1025 axle that's in the F250, for instance, we'll take the 1025, the Sterling axle that's in my truck. Here's a picture of one. Look, same thing. You have a pinion gear, and then you have a ring gear, and the ring gear is attached to the carrier assembly, and then the axles come through the axle tubes here and attach to these gears on the sides, And then you have the top and bottom gears that are on an axle right there. You can see the big piece of metal right there. These small gears are called spider gears nowadays. There's 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then there's the ring gear, which takes the drive from the pinion gear, which comes from the drive shaft. It's the same. Literally the same thing. That video, that Jam Handy video, is from like 1932 or 33 or something like that. The axle in my truck was made in 96. Differentials haven't changed. In pickup trucks, at least. They've changed in cars, but it's just mostly the position of it. Every car has a differential. Every single one of them. And they all look like that. They have a ring gear, pinion gear, and spider gears. It doesn't matter if it's front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. Every car has a diff in it. I've been keeping on. Good, man. That's good. Stuff's been tough lately. I don't know what it is, dude. Like, everything's good on my end, but it's still like, meh, you know? Just meh. Like, it became the new year, Meeps, and I was just like, all right. Got some stuff I want to change, and that's about it. So we had a launch yesterday. We picked up remotes, and I recovered a certain camera that did its job well. But, all right, cool. How about we use that to get us into space news, Vulcan? Let's see what we got. Oh. Mental stuff? It's not so much mental, Ian. Like, just, alright, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Just, meh, 2022. Alright, sweet. Oh, more of the same? Oh, okay. I'll just go back to doing space things, I guess. Alright. Freaking roaring 20s my butt. Oh, cool, Hellfish.
We need a house and the market sucks. That's what we're upset about.
She's not wrong. Yeah, we were talking about that on the car ride out. Anyway. I forgot to send it, but look at the reply. Rocket cams. Oh, yeah. Those are cool. Neat. Here. I'll see you that and raise you this. Did you see that thing slide? Did you see it? Not only did you see it slide, did you see it move around on the pad? Holy crap, Vulcan. This is great footage, dude. Good job. This is fantastic. Watch it sped up. Here, let me mute it. Watch the fairing. It's gonna do this. You see it? You see it lean to one side and then it leans back to the other? That's crazy. Big slider. That's from the USSF 8 mission yesterday. The video I sent you has some footage from inside the capsule that has never been posted anywhere before. All right, Meeps. Let's see what we got. Let's see what's on our. Let's see what's on your mind here. Personal highlight reel, huh? Let's see. All right, so Cameron, let's see what footage we have here.
All right, buddy. Ready?
Of course.
Great. Good. Enjoy this. Thank you. You guys are with Capcom from here on out. I will see you when we get back.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you when we get back.
Kevin. We appreciate you.
Astronaut Meep, how do you read?
Loud and clear.
Cameron, next time can I...
I didn't notice that.
You asked me.
I shouldn't have taken a drink.
Oh, definitely. T-minus 420.
Cameron, did you say 420?
Yeah. Blink real fast.
I like your sense of humor, man.
Thank you.
Living in Colorado, that's a
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
common joke.
yeah. Ha ha ha. We are almost at 1 minute. You guys believe this? I don't.
Meeps, were you shitposting on the comm loop for an actual rocket launch? Did I just hear that right? Oh, of course. Good man. Good man.
I love it.
Whose palms are sweating?
Mine.
Not at all, man.
Not at all. Not too bad.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Laura.
I miss candles.
Yeah. And here we go.
It actually looks pretty smooth, Meeps.
Love it. Oh my God.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't look bad at all.
There we go. Great. The sun's in my eye.
Oh, we are floating.
Wait for seatbelts.
All
right, let's go.
Preparation confirmed.
Loosen your belts. What's up? Can we get that picture?
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we are
Come on,
weightless.
everybody.
We are weightless.
Oh my God.
We are weightless.
Get that picture.
Oh my goodness
Damn.
sakes!
Oh.
This
Yes, picture
is
time,
heaven.
Hey! Go deep! Hey,
We're gonna lose them now.
Woohoo! You believe we're doing this, guys?
Wow. Dude, I don't have any words. I'm just enjoying this. This looks like a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mission 19. All right. Cameron, where's my fist bump? We're above carbon line. Come over here. We are astronauts.
Boom.
Boom.
Yes, we did it. What's my hair doing?
Look at your hair. It's just
Is it going everywhere?
Now you gotta look out the window.
1 minute.
1 minute, guys. Make sure.
But you see that little blue line? It's so tiny.
Yeah, see, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be looking out the window the entire time. Next time you go, right, EJ, on your hand? Yeah, okay. Yeah, next time.
You get in, look, don't let the view go to the... Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's starting to hurt, isn't it? Yep. Yep.
Good, Cameron?
Oh, perfect.
Cameron?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, it looks like Mr. Best didn't hear you. Cameron! Cameron!
I wish I could have seen that. I've seen it on
It's a tourist flight, Joe. Hello. That's freaking sick, dude. Oh, that's so cool. I don't give a frick if that thing only goes up and down. That's freaking impressive.
Stand by drone. Stand by drone.
There they are.
Came out.
Yeah.
Stand by means. Stand by means.
No, tourist. Tourist, Joe. It's a tourist mission. Huh. This is the NS-19 mission, guys. This was a little earlier. Well, not a little earlier this year. This was last year.
I see your shadow, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That looks like a lot of fun. That looks like a lot of fun.
Stand by touchdown. Stand by touchdown.
You're gonna hear a pop here, right? That's freaking gnarly, man. Maeve's excellent footage. That's so cool. So that pop noise that you heard, guys, is the capsule exploding at the ground. Seriously, they do this with a lot of capsules that land on land. Even with parachutes, capsules coming down, it's like being in a car accident if it just hits the ground, even with chutes. So what capsules do, New Shepard's capsule does this, Soyuz does this, they have explosives literally packed on the bottom of the capsule, and when it gets right near the ground, they shoot off, they explode. It explodes at the ground, the bottom of the capsule. And what that does is it literally gives you, for a split second, it gives you a cushion of air. The air between the explosion and the capsule gets compressed, and it temporarily, for like a split second, acts like a balloon. And that is a little bit of a buffer, so you don't slam into the ground. It cushions the landing. It's an air cushion. It turns into a hovercraft for like less than a millisecond. But that less than a millisecond is enough to make it so you're not in like a high-speed collision with the ground. Capsule ground effect, pretty much. Yeah, here, I'll show it to you again. Watch. That's what that noise is right when they land. See? That's why they kicked up all that dust. Is that what's in the center table? That's the escape motors, Bond. I'm not sure if the escape motors do the same thing. It might. Who knows? I was referring to while they were still descending several dozens of meters up, just after the drogue shoots. It would have been after they deployed and caught wind. Yeah. I don't know if this capsule has RCS on it, Hokey. It sounds like it, but I don't know for sure. It could have just been the pyros from the chutes deploying. I know that the launch escape system is in this barrel right here to get them away in case the booster has something wrong. Yeah, but anyway, Neeps, thanks for sharing. That's actually really awesome footage. It does have a nitrogen gas thruster system. That's what it sounds like here. Here, let me see if I can. That sounds like pneumatics. You have a PM on Discord just for something else. You love engines. Fascistas. Never mind. I know what that is. Now, Billy, let's see if chat knows what this is. Let's see how well you guys know your engine noises. If you said it's a V8, You're wrong. It's a right 3350. Right 3350s, I think, are B-29 engines. Actually, here, hold on. Yep. Wait a minute. You guys do tractor pulls in Germany? Wait, really? How many pistons? $18. Really, Alex? Am I looking at this right? This motor, that 3350 is mounted backwards. So if this was on an airplane, the propeller would be right here. And the output shaft of the engine is going into a transmission into a diff that's driving those. The engine's backwards because the motor mounts are over here. See the mounts? So this guy over here has either gone deaf or has hearing protection in. Yeah, that's a backwards mounted B-29 engine. Cylinders, guys. Might want to mess with the mixture there, guy. On the throttle. Might want to adjust the mixture. How dare you! Kyle. Cheers. Perhaps running a little rich. Yeah, look at all the soot on the blanket where the exhaust is shooting at. Look at all the soot. That's, spoiler alert, that's the same stuff that comes out of the dumps on Falcon 9. It's just unburnt carbon. Yeah, he's running. That's why I said you might want to adjust the mixture. You're running a little bit on the rich side and you're choking the engine off. But there might be a reason. They might be running rich for, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Why would you run rich? Keeping it cool. And you make more power that way. You see any radiator on this thing? But then again, it is an air-cooled engine. But then again, airplane engines are air-cooled because they're designed to be flowing through the air. So when you keep one sitting like this, it's gonna overheat in a couple minutes. It'll overheat real fast. So they're probably running fuel rich now that I'm thinking about it. He's running fuel rich to keep it cool so the motor doesn't melt. These things had a knack for just catching on fire randomly. Yeah, because they get so hot. It has health issues over there. That's what this back assembly is. It's got a twin screw. It's not belt driven. The supercharger's driven directly off the shaft. There's an output shaft on both sides. One would output to the propeller, the other one outputs the supercharger. It works like it's a twin screw. You can see it right there, but it's a radial twin screw, which is fucking cool. Excuse my language. One more? Oh, I was just about to ask, can we see like this thing going or something, or what the frick is this? What is this? What? Okay, hang on. We'll get into that in a second. See, right here? No, that's the output spline to the propeller. It's on the other side. Right there's the other side. Look. See what I'm talking about? Where the intake's on it? Yes? I don't know. I have no freaking idea. I don't know radials too well. Hello. That's 2 sets of 9 cylinders stacked on top of each other. If you had a big yard, you might be able to convince Bremo it's a lawnmower. You know what I found is the best approach, Chuck, with Bremo at least? And keep in mind, everyone's different. Just tell her what's going on. Just tell her what's going on. Look. I want a truck. There's this truck that Hoonigan is selling on the other side of the country, and I want it, and I got it for a good price. Let's drive it home. Because it would be awesome streaming content. Okay. Just tell her what's going on. Much easier that way. Much easier. Do you like the look of the XB38? That's a B29 with P51 motors on it, if I'm looking at that right. Or B17, excuse me. In return, yeah. Take a look at the MAZ 541 airport tug. Badger, I saw what was being offered on the table, and yeah, no, mine. Only when I see something that I want, Mrs. Callahan. No, I didn't tell her that part, Ender. Yep. Anyway, what is this? So this up front is a Hemi. That's a YN871 on a Hemi. That's a Chrysler motor. I don't know what the hell those are. And I don't... Yeah, that's a Hemi. That's a Gen 2 Chrysler Hemi right there. And then those are diesel engines. Those look like they're 2 V12 diesel motors. No, they're not P51s. They're diesel engines. See? Only injectors, no spark plugs. How? How do you have 3 drive shafts going into one differential?
Men lad os nu se, hvordan det kommer til at virke i dag. Det et helt unikt køretøj. Findes ikke af sin lige i hele verden.
Are you guys ready for all the torques? Are you guys ready for all of the torque? How much torque do you want? Yes.
Samme opstilling som det slædehus har fundet på her.
Yeah, I'd be right. No, Mikey, no, how dare you? Holy frick, man, did you see that? What the hell? What is this? What was the weight? 4,500 kilos. So, that's about 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds on a sled. On a sled. That's... It's fiction. We made it up. It never happened. It never happened. It's false. It's fiction. I didn't know that Germans like tractor pulling. To be honest. I didn't know that people from Europe like tractor pulling. That doesn't seem like you. Maybe I'm being stereotypical. This is how we do it in my country? Bro. Bruh. Yeah, I acted. Some Dutch dude as well. Germans like everything to do with finely crafted motors. That's a good point. He did it in France, too. Schledhunden is in Denmark? That's very weird. My summer tractor? There's already a tractor in summer car. In fact, my summer car made me want to buy a goddamn tractor. Because... Nah, Sonic, I think that's enough. It's the Space and Rocket review, not the tractor review. Alright, let's see what else we got. Alright, you wanted to... Okay, there's one more thing that Nemetco linked. And this is the last for wanting to have all the torques. Look up the Fox is a little bigger than that one. Alright. So this is a Maz 541. Bro, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Aeroflot. Hey, nice Tu-104. Nice jet. Bro. Bolshoi. Da. That's not Russian. That looks like Polish.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Revs, let's go, EJ. Yeah. Ooh, ooh, I like that. That looks cool. That is nice, Tupolev. That's cool, Billy. Look at how wide that truck is. What do you want to pull? Yes. So, that's a Tupolev 144. Length, width, and height. Millimeters, though? Yeah, that's a big truck. Alright, where's video? I need to see the video. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know what that means. Wow. That's a heavy truck. 50,000 pounds. Oh, no, actually, that's closer to 60,000 pounds. Oh, yes. Oh. 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 Okay. 38 liter V12. Those pistons are, yeah, those pistons are like the size of a basketball. Yeah. Ah, what is this? Is that a... That's a Trabant, is it? Is it not? It had all-wheel drive, Ando. Yeah. Yeah, about that. Is that a Volga? Yeah. Tupolev 154 right there. Do we have any video of this thing pulling stuff, or? Damn, dude. Center of mass is low. Well, most airport tugs are like that, but yeah. That's a beast. Beast. Very nice. What was the miles per gallon? No. That's got jet engines on it. Major, nice. Oh. Alex, that's terrible. That's terrible. Anyway, we can talk about having all the torques later. Let's see. So, oh, here we go. Check this out. Back to rocket stuff. Here, check this out. This is coming from Chris Kemp, the CEO of Astra. This is at Complex 46 at Kennedy Space Center, or Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Check it out.
1, 0. Engines running. Shut down.
Sweet. Astra set up shop at LC-46. It's a Minuteman launch pad used mostly to test ICBMs. It has been used for other things, but it looks like they set up one of their mobile launch pads there, and this is the VLS-2 demo, I think. It's set to launch. They did the static fire. They're good to look at. Everything there looked good. That actually is going to launch pretty soon. Is that in the middle of the road? No, it's in the middle of a access way to the pad, Swishio. LC-46 is set up with a crawlerway. Hey, they brought the chain link fences with them. Did they? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, what is the... Let me go over to rocketlaunch.live and we'll see when, it's the VCLS Demo 2, and that's scheduled, it doesn't have a date just yet, but it's sometime this month, which is actually pretty cool. That's pretty neat. They need the FAA to do stuff. Right on. Let's see. Let's see. What else do we got? Oh, sweet. Brand new stuff from SLS here. Crews from Teledyne Brown and National Marshall are manufacturing the launch vehicle stage adapters and Orion stage adapters for Artemis 2 and 3. The adapters serve as vital connection points for the core, ICPS, and Orion. More SLS parts, baby. Yeah, baby. These parts are what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. So there's a job posting from SpaceX for marine stuff, and it includes Starship recovery. All right, cool. Sweet. These are the two base plates. Well, no, I don't know what those two are doing there. There's a completed vehicle stage adapter. This is what holds the ICPS up top. And then Orion would be up here. So Orion, ICPS, and then the SLS core stage, the top of the core stage attaches right here. More parts. We need thousands of them. I mean, Hellfish, you know the reasons why they're going slow. I know the reasons why we're going slow. I understand the reasons why we're going slow, and I'm sure you do too. But also, I agree with you. I agree. Yeah, they should go faster. But, trust me, man. Give it a couple of years. A couple of years is when the time to go faster is. All we need is that core stage block by, and if they pull that off, I am ready, dude. I'm ready. It's going to be amazing, man. The two on the right are Orion stage adapters. That's what I was going to say. Thomas, I was about to call them LVSAs, but that doesn't make any sense because that would mean there are 4 vehicle stage adapters. So yeah, I'm like, that's not what that is. I'm going to Vandenberg for the next return to landing zone Falcon 9 launch. Cool. I've given them 10. Yeah, about 5 years. 5 years. The block buy should be happening soon, though. We should really get that stuff done. There's Scott doing Scott things. Let's see, what else do we got? I think we can go into SpaceX stuff. There's really not much else except for Tori Bruno being a Chad, as per usual. I'm looking around. See if I can see anything. Okay. Yeah, Tori and Scott were talking today. Hopeful Nelson block buys 1Bs and then ends up pushing the ICPS into early retirement. Right now, Hellfish, the tentative schedule is the first 3 Artemis missions don't need the EUS. And the EUS is slated for Artemis 4. But, there is some legislation that a senator from Texas posted, or I think it was a senator. No, it may have been a rep. Posted about, like, wanting to move the EUS to Artemis 3. I would agree with that, except for the fact that the LVSA for Artemis 3 is already made, so there's not really any point in doing that. You have redundant hardware at that point. So, at this point, dude, it would end up costing more money and waste more time if we decided to revamp missions that are that close in the pipeline. Now, keep in mind, it's NASA's time frame. Artemis 3 is a stone's throw away at this point for how fast NASA goes. Because they go slow, 3 years seems like it's a long time away for us, and if you like SpaceX, that seems like it's a good while away. 3 years at the pace that NASA goes at is not very far away. Just because they go slow and methodical, which is fine. I would not change Artemis 1, 2, or 3 at this point, even though I want to. I really want to. But, yeah. The tentative legislation at this point is Artemis 1, 2, and 3 are Block 1. Artemis 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are Block 1B, so they have the big upper stage. And then 9, 10, 11, and 12 are Block 2 with the carbon composite boosters, which is... And I have a feeling this Lunar Exploration Transport Services contract that basically means you want 2 landers. 2 landers to go to the moon. I have a feeling that one of those landers might end up riding, at least in some components on SLS. I'm pretty dang sure. NASA wants 2 ways to get to the moon. Congress wants NASA to have 2 ways to get to the moon. We want NASA to have 2 ways to get to the moon. I don't think SpaceX fanboys don't want 2 ways for NASA to get to the moon, but having redundant architecture at this point is a good idea. Yeah, that's a good call. It helps add sustainability to the program, having 2 ways to get there. Block 2 should be able to chuck more than 100 tons to LEO. Block 1 can chuck 100 tons to low Earth orbit, Hellfish. Yeah. That's the benefit of waterfall testing. It was originally baselined at 70, and because of revisions that they've made from how NASA does testing, it's more rated at about 100 tons now. There's infographics around that you can check out. Will the carbon tank no longer be orange? It's the SRBs, Hando, not the main tank. I wonder where ML2 fits into that. Yeah, Hellfish. That's why I'm good with SLS. My only real beef with it is that I want them to go faster. But they're like ramping up right now. They're building the momentum. I wonder where ML2 becomes the long pole because they haven't funded full construction for ML2 since SLS Block 1B needs ML2. They've started manufacturing components for ML2 Tesla. They've started manufacturing the components. The sub-assemblies are being made off-site from what I understand. Yeah, it's definitely a bottleneck. Yeah, because that SLS Block 1 launcher is pretty useless. It's pretty good at launching SLS Block 1, and that's it. It can't handle Block 2. It's not strong enough because it was built for Ares 1. So, dude, maybe in some crazy timeline, they take that mobile launcher and just revert it back to Ares 1. Maybe in some crazy timeline, take the parts off of that thing and use it to build ML2. That's actually not a bad idea. Can you imagine? Off topic, but I wanted to share what I'm proud of. My Chevy Scottsdale with a big block in Gmod. Oh, neat. Ah, cool. Looks good, buddy. Yeah, they've made some components. From what I understand, it's in limbo due to no more funding. Where are you getting that from, Tesla? Just out of curiosity, where are you getting that one from? I mean, to be fair, my information is coming from people that work on the project. So I'm kind of sources saying at this point, but yeah, I'm curious if there's like an official source saying that the ML is in limbo. Also, something I learned recently, Artemis 4 will be a mission to the Gateway with no landing. What do you think of this? If they don't plan to use it to get... See, this is what I mean. SLS is all fragmented. It's all fragmented out. Like, the first mission has nobody aboard. The second mission has people aboard, but it doesn't land on the moon. The third mission has people aboard in the Block 1 configuration, and it does go to the surface. And then the fourth mission has people on board with the better upper stage in the Block 1B configuration, and that doesn't go to the moon. So where the hell does Artemis 5 go? Artemis 5 has the big stage, and then it does what? Lands on the moon? Okay. It's all fragmented out. I love Do Trust Me sourcing. Yeah, stable. Yeah, I know what you mean. Now, I'm not saying Tesla's full of crap. He's probably right. That sounds about right, because this rebaselining stuff would put it in financial limbo for now, which is annoying. I retract. May not have been in public and behind payware. I mean, Tesla, that makes sense, to be honest with you. It makes sense. I haven't heard much about... I haven't heard much about the mobile launcher in a couple of months, so maybe that NASA rebaselining thing that Bill was talking about put it in limbo. That's possible. But the components are there, so there's been some progress. But yeah, we're going to need... Artemis 5 should be HABs and other base material. Artemis 4 has the iHab module for Gateway. Yeah, okay. Thomas, hot take. Launch Artemis 4 before 3. Artemis 4 should go... Artemis 4 should be Artemis 3, and Artemis 3 should be Artemis 4. Yeah, those two missions should switch around. Even if Artemis 4 ends up using an ICPS, they still should switch. Because the Habitation and Logistics Outpost and the Power and Propulsion element are being launched on a Falcon Heavy, tentatively for 2024. So build out the Gateway first. And then use Artemis 3 with an EUS. That's probably... See, that makes sense. That's why that legislature... That's why that representative proposed legislature to launch Artemis 3 with an EUS. See, that makes sense now. See what I'm talking about? We just fit the puzzle pieces together in a way that makes sense. If Gateway makes the deadline, that makes sense. I don't see why it wouldn't, Phil. Artemis 4 requires the EUS for iHab. I agree. So launch Artemis 3 with the EUS and the habitation module, get Gateway pretty much set to jet, and then Artemis 4 in a Block 1 configuration, send that to the moon. I mean, yeah, guys, this is what I mean. SLS is all fragmented out. There's no like clear and concise pathway. But see, the thing is, there really wasn't for an Apollo program. Apollo 1, Apollo 4, Apollo 5, Apollo 6, Apollo 7, Apollo 8. They weren't called that when they launched them. Apollo 1 wasn't even called Apollo 1. They called it Apollo 1 after the fact to assign that mission value. Apollo 1 was the plug-out test for a Saturn 1B rocket testing the command service module. Apollo 7 ended up doing the same mission, but they weren't called that at the time, you know? This stuff comes into focus kind of after the fact, you know what I mean? And like I said, the Apollo program is all fragmented. Apollo 8 was the first crew launch with a Saturn V. Apollo 9 was a crew launch with a Saturn V, but it didn't go past low Earth orbit. They tested the LEM in low Earth orbit on Apollo 9. Apollo 10 went out to the moon, but didn't land. Apollo 11 landed on the moon. And then every subsequent one, except for 13, landed on the moon. But before that, like Apollo 3, Apollo 4, there was no Apollo 3. There was AS-504, I think, is what it was called or something. Apollo 4 was basically the Artemis 1 of the Saturn program. And then Apollo 5 didn't even have people on it, if I'm remembering right. Apollo 5 was testing the descent module motor. It was a Saturn 1 with a LEM inside of the payload fairing, and that's it, if I'm remembering correctly. Apollo 6 was the second test of the Saturn V. Apollo 7 was the second test for the CSM. Like, everything was fragmented out with the Apollo program, too, and it only kind of came into focus. Pretty much from Apollo, I'd say like Apollo 10 forward. You know? Apollo 1 was going to low Earth orbit, but it wasn't called Apollo 1 at the time, Roblox. Yeah, they didn't call it that. Even the whole mission was not called Apollo 1. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What about Apollo Creed? I was more of a Rocky fan, to be honest with you. That's part of the reason there's no landing on Artemis 4, to give runway for HLS in case of delays. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, Novus. So, like, the point that I'm trying to get at, Novus, and just anybody else, is the point that I'm trying to get at is that it's going to be fragmented. It's not really going to make sense. And SLS kind of doesn't. They're playing, like Tesla was saying, they're playing tag with the mobile launchers, right? Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might, I'm not sure if you could save money doing this, but take apart one of the shuttle MLs, you have a spare one just sitting there. But see, I'm not sure if these shuttle mobile launchers can take the weight either. But maybe that's what they're doing. We do know a little while back they took a shuttle mobile launcher and put it out on the crawlerway and put a bunch of crane weights on top of it. We know they did a load test. And I would assume that maybe they did a load test to see if the ML could be reused. I don't know. Because SLS is a lot heavier than the space shuttle. A lot heavier. Bigger boosters. Bigger SRBs. SRBs have to be fueled inside of the VAB, right? Because they have to build them in segments. You can't fuel them on the pad. And you have bigger solid rocket boosters. Your core stage is bigger than the external tank. And in the later configurations with the EUS and Orion and all the payload that it should carry, it should outweigh the shuttle. So it is going to be heavier. Saturn V was, believe it or not, probably the lightest thing that the crawlerway has ever moved, because the Saturn V moves with no fuel in it. The shuttle and SLS move with fuel in them because of the SRBs, right? So maybe they were testing that shuttle mobile launcher. They were load testing it to see if that could hold up to the weights. Plus the launch umbilical tower. Yeah, that's true. Another reason Saturn V is the GOAT. I'll bet you this, dude, Saturn V empty with the launch umbilical tower probably weighs as much as the shuttle does. Those SRBs are heavy, man. What was Apollo 1 called? Just a plug-out test? I thought they scrapped the MLPs. They're still there, Joe. They're still there. They scrapped Northrop Grumman scrapped all the stuff they added to the MLP. And then it's just sitting there, from what I understand. I don't think they completely took it apart. I'm pretty damn sure they didn't, actually. They took off all the parts that they added and then just kind of left it. It's not an SLS thing. It's the HLS along with the contracts for LETS. Yeah. MLP1 is the only one being used to do load testing. 3 is in storage. But we saw pictures of 2 inside of the VAB the other day. Or maybe that was 3. Who knows? Hang on. I know that Google Earth is old. I know that Google Earth is old pictures, but let's take a look. 2 is scrapped. You have a piece of it? So 2 is that guy right there, right? Oh, these pictures are extremely old. No, they're not. 2020. No, these are newer. That's 3. That's 2. And then 1 should be down here somewhere. Nope, it's in the VAB when these pictures were taken. Unless the crawler is out. Nope, it's in the VAB. Oh, yeah. Historic MLP2 being demolished earlier this year. Oh, yep. That's just... That's not right. Okay, warning. Viewer discretion is advised. Yeah, okay, so this is from October. Yeah, okay. Oh, they scrapped it in place. How the hell did they get that thing off the crawler? That's not right. That's wrong. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you do that? Why would you? Oh my goodness. It was scrapped where the Saturn service tower used to be parked. So yeah, it's down here. Why would you do that? Why would we do that? That's so stupid. That's really annoying, actually. Was that Apollo era hardware? Yep. Yeah, it was. That was one of the original 3. So, let me turn off 3D buildings. So, what do we have in this picture then? That's it right there. That's 2. So, where's the third one? It's got to be inside of the VAB. Because our institutions are run by short-sighted morons. I just don't understand why you would scrap it. That's pretty stupid. Why didn't they surely drive it to a museum? Where are you gonna put it? The MLs were built here and they die here. You can't move it to a museum. There's no way anything would be able to take the weight. We've talked about this before. NASA's excuse was lack of storage. You literally have you did have 3 places to store them, but they made one into a freaking Quonset hut because, that couldn't have been built over here. or over here. No, it had to be built on one of the parking spaces. The 2 crawler transport parking spots were where they were built, literally right there. You can see the spot where they sit. Lack of storage. You could store it in High Bay 1. High Bay 1 has... You just said it couldn't be used for SLS. It doesn't make sense to keep it around if it can't be used for anything. Yeah. Yeah. Savvy, what boggles my mind, and I kind of went on a little bit of a about this the other day. What boggles my mind is they want Kennedy Space Center to be this big multi-user spaceport that uses clean pads, right? They want multiple users for 39B. They want multiple users on site. So let's demolish the infrastructure that we need to allow multiple people to launch from the pad. ML2 will need one of those spots. MLP, yeah, that's true, Tesla. If they're, yeah, that's probably the only reason why I'd say scrapping one of those is okay, is if you're going to build another one. And if they're going to build another one, then, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But seriously, we can't just build another parking spot? Can't do that? Can't just build another one? Are there any other vehicles that are horizontally integrated, though? If so, what's the likelihood that it could be? I mean, they were going to use it for Omega Savvy, but it didn't end up working that way. I mean, that's what I mean. No parking spots, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of annoying, but that's all right. It is what it is, dudes. It is what it is. That wouldn't employ any people scrapping the giant metal box. Yeah. Whatever. Circle of life, I suppose. I mean, point still stands. I want to see this thing put to work, man. I want to see what all this can do. And I really hope to see it soon with the SLS program. If NASA can't lease that stupid high bay out, good. Tool it for SLS. Let's go. High bays 1, 2, 3. And I'll say screw it. Move the SRB processing into the transfer aisle or build onto the side of the VAB. Build another transfer aisle over there for SRB processing and tool up High Bay 4. And seriously, let's go. Let's go. I want to see 2 SLSs being made in this at once. Just like in the Apollo program. I want to see what all these systems can do, man. High Bay, come on, SpaceX for High Bay 2. You still think that's going to happen, Tesla? New Glenn is on Slick 36 Savvy. It has its own infrastructure already. Can the SLS core construction keep up with that, though? Sure, of course. They can scale, IDES. They can and will scale, guys. The SLS is still in development. That's why it's going slow. Development is slow. It takes time, but that's where you have to go slow. It pays to go slow right now. And that's what I mean. SLS will scale in the future. It will. And you know what, guys? We might be blowing our load. They're probably tooling up for this. Because if we know this, and we're space fans, you know that the people that are working for NASA are also space fans. They're not, like, they know. It'll happen. I'm convinced. I just want to see it happen, man. It's been 50 years. So let's go. No, but I can hope. Yep. Tesla, if they don't find a tenant for High Bay 2, good. When you go to retool High Bay 1, buy 2. Because there's no way the second set of mobile launcher equipment and another mobile launcher is going to be twice as expensive as if you bought one. That's not how that works. I want to see 3 SLSs in that sucker being made all at once. That would be Pepe hands. But guys, here's the thing. I know for a fact they built in scalability into Michoud. Michoud could crank out SLS cores fast. The long lead items would be the engines. But Aerojet Rocketdyne is scaling up production, and they have a however many... they bought a bunch of RS-25s. RS-25Es, I should say. And then they're reusing shuttle motors to kind of relearn how to remake these engines. So we have the engines, we have the long lead items, all the way out to like Artemis 12. No joke. We have the Orion capsules out to Artemis 12, and the other day, NASA bought all the SRBs that they need out to Artemis 12. So we have 24 pairs of SRBs. We have 48 shuttle engines and 12 Orion capsules. We just need the 8 SLS cores. 8 SLS cores, and then we need 8 EUSs. And that probably is coming soon. This stuff takes time. It's going to take time. You got to develop the stuff before you can buy it. You can't buy something that doesn't exist. They should widen the VAB so they can assemble 8 stacks at a time. It's built that way on purpose, Hellfish. The VAB was built to be scalable. You can scale it. You could scale it this way, and you can also scale it up and down. Yeah. See that concrete right there? That concrete goes all the way out here and then turns for a reason, because you could add 2 more high bays to it. It was designed that way. It was designed that way. You could add another high bay here and then have basically do a with the crawler way and have it come in right here. It was designed like that on purpose. They could theoretically extend it all the way over to here. So the VAB could go all the way over to where the ML stands go. You can literally see it. You can see that all this stuff is graded. All this stuff is graded for heavy infrastructure. They built big on purpose because they were anticipating scale. Like I said, the VAB is designed to go all the way over to here. I'll prove it to you. Take a look. Hey, Shuts Rustica, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Let's measure this distance right here. 128 meters on the dot. Right? What's 128 times 3? Or times 4? Let's do 128. 128 times 4. 512. Right? Almost perfect. See, there's a little bit of overlap on the outside of the crawler way. There's a little bit of overlap on the outside of the crawler way. It was scaled like that on purpose. The VAB was, they built it so it could go all the way across, and you could just keep putting high bays. You can keep expanding it as much as you want. Pretty crazy, right? And to be fair, so was the firing rooms. The firing rooms were scaled to go all the way over to here. You can literally see it. This is all a modular building design. Look. See? It's a modular building. These are just symmetric. So you could take this piece, copy it, and then paste it right there. Pretty crazy, right? This whole complex was designed for scalability, which is insanely smart. Really testament to the design. I was wondering how they removed the walls of the VAB to increase it. There's already parts that are just behind the paneling, Tomast. Hookups, so you could expand it. You could see the expansions on the top. See these pegs? The shadows being cast by all those pegs? Those are the attachment points so you could build up with the VAB if you need to. Because NASA was like, okay, Saturn V is what we need now. Who knows what we're going to need in the future, so let's build a bigger rocket. So let's build a building that where we might need to build a bigger rocket. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. What was stopping them from using the same firing room for multiple pads? Redundancy, Owens, is my guess. Having 4 firing rooms. Keep in mind, they've never used 2 of them. having 4 firing rooms probably because they were trying to build 4 pads. 39 complex 39, fellas. Here, okay. Complex 39 was supposed to have 4 launch pads, dudes. It was supposed to look, well, that's the 3 launch pad configuration, but it was supposed to have another pad right here. See? Why did we get stuck in the timeline with only 4 high bays? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, dude. But SLS could scale for all of this, guys. It's just going slow right now. Because development of this stuff takes time, and NASA wants to make sure they do it right. So you can harp on them for going slow all you want, but would you rather have dead people? I don't want dead people in space. Yeah, I don't want that. Let's, if we're going to relearn, if we're going to open the book, if we're going to reopen up the book where Apollo left off, right? If we're going to continue that book, we should probably read the book first so we know where and when to continue. That's why the SLS program is taking so long. I'm probably going to guess hardware limitations of the time, Owens, but having 4 firing rooms would be cool. Now they're being thorough, Hellfish. Nope, fix it, and I hope that never changes. And that's why I said the other day when NASA said, oh, we're going to expand the facilities at Kennedy Space Center, I'm like, okay, just do this. Build Pad C, please. Just build Pad C. That'll open up the VAB for other tenants if you have a direct way to get heavy equipment to that pad. That's really, really important. Should probably do that. Word. Look at that. Look at that complex. That thing is a beast. She's a beast. Yeah, that makes more sense, Ian. Have you seen the plans for Roberts Road? Yep. Chris, something curious about those plans for Roberts Road. I don't want to see this anymore. Harry, yeah. Harry posted these pictures the other day. So SpaceX has plans for its Roberts Road expansion, right? This is literally the plans for what pretty much everybody in the space community is saying. It's a Starship production facility at the Cape, right? Sometime in March, Scorp. Oh, look, Energia M. Yeah. Nice, Vasya. When the LC-49 news broke, that's where my imagination went. SpaceX takes High Bay 2 and MLP-3. NASA finishes the crawlerway that was meant to go to 39C to 49. SpaceX bringing KSC close to its original version during the Apollo days. Tesla, there's what I hope is going to happen and what's probably actually going to happen, but what I hope is going to happen is pretty much what you just said. SpaceX has to take High Bay 2. It's free real estate. Well, Ian, okay, so I did a little bit of digging yesterday in the early space news, and a lot of people missed this. We did a little bit of digging. And Ian, okay, something really curious. I'm not sure if anybody on NSF or anything has figured this one out yet. So I looked at the Roberts Road extension. This thing. This was built at a different time. This is a different proposal. See down here? I don't know if you guys can see that. It says existing Roberts Road extension, permit number 1, blah, 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 blah. The extension road to gain access to the Starship facility where we think they're going to make stuff. This road right here, not rated for heavy payloads. Interesting, right? You'd think that a place where they're going to roll out starships wouldn't have the same problem, or wouldn't be made the exact same way that Highway 4 in Boca Chica is made. Because a lot of people don't know, Highway 4 is constantly getting repaired because Highway 4 is a regular asphalt road. It's not designed for heavy trucks. So all those trucks that drive over it all the time literally make the road sink into the ground, and it cracks and breaks. So you needn't look no further than RGV Aerial's pictures. So if we go over to Twitter again and we go to RGV Aerial Photography, right? RGV is a guy that takes pictures of... Ooh. Hello. Okay, those are really nice. Those are quite nice, mate. I like that. You needn't look no further than any of RGV's pictures that have Highway 4 in it. And you can see that Highway 4 is getting destroyed by all these trucks. It's not designed for it. So, all right, take a look at the road in this picture from RGV. So, right here on the road, you can see that there's a lot of trucks. A lot of trucks are using that for a turnaround. This is one of the fueling sites for the pad, right? But if you look at different spots on the road, you can see that the road it's been repaired. It's been repaired there. It's been repaired there. It's been repaired pretty much all over the place. And you can see that there's thick freaking grooves from trucks driving on this road in the pavement. That road's sinking into the ground. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely sinking into the ground because it's not designed to move stuff like this around. It's just a regular road. So, going back over to these pictures, this access road right here, Ian, is not rated for heavy payloads. So, long story short, what the heck am I trying to get at? They ain't going to build starships here. They're going to manufacture rings, probably, if I had to guess. Rings, nose cones, header tanks. Maybe even store Raptors and stuff. But they ain't building them here. And now, that's weird because these two buildings right here, this one right here, is the exact size of the wide bay that SpaceX is building at Boca Chica. It's the exact same surface area. Now, keep in mind, we can't extrapolate height from these plans because they're proposed buildings. So we don't... this type of plans that Harry posted don't have... These type of plans that Harry posted doesn't have, like, elevation. Doesn't have height of the building. It's just where they're going. So, that begs the question. This road right here, is that one rated for heavy payloads? Is this one up here rated for heavy payloads? Or is this rated for heavy payloads? Why on earth didn't NASA offer a crawler ML to SpaceX so they wouldn't build a building on the crawlerway? Falcon 9 is a different integration type, Hellfish. Can't they make the road suitable? Yeah, of course they could, Shuts. Yeah, but this road was just built. They just built this road, this down here, this road that I'm talking about. They just built this. So what does that mean? What do you mean you just built it? Well, if you're gonna just build the road, are you gonna build it once, not rated for heavy payloads, and then what? In a year or two, dig it up and build it heavier? That doesn't sound like a good way to spend money, right? That doesn't sound correct at all. So once again, that begs the question: what's gonna happen here? It's very interesting. That's negligence. I wouldn't say it's negligence at all, Shuts. I don't think SpaceX doesn't do stuff like that. They only build what they absolutely need. Boca Chica is a very good example of that. If they didn't need a huge factory to build Starship, they built it out in a freaking field. So that doesn't sound like SpaceX to me, judging by what we've seen in the past, right? They're rockets. They'll fly payloads to the pad. I like it. Now, it's not 1979 anymore, and the technology has become so much better, so do not see why we should go in a completely different direction now. As for example, with SLS, with today's technology, a space shuttle could be built. It would be much better than what it was with the technology in 1979. Yeah, no doubt, Billy. You should do that. Okay, we're just assuming they're wanting to maybe build rockets there. I think they're going to build pieces, Shuts, if you really want my honest opinion. These are going to be built like the tents at Boca Chica. The tents don't build starships. They just make the pieces for it, and then they assemble them in a building somewhere. Now, I haven't seen what this road is, but you can assume that these roads would probably be built for heavy infrastructure. If these are wide bays right here. But I don't know. Rockwell's busy making factory automation parts now. No more space shuttle. Yeah, don't tell me. Yeah, of course. But another curious thing is that they're adding to the Falcon 9 processing area, which is very, very weird. That's very strange. There's a huge 109,000 square foot building. I didn't see this before. Oh, prop isn't propellants, but there's a loading dock right there. Where are the pads relative to this plan? Here's the VAB, Savvy. Roberts Road is down here. You could see the footprint for the original building right there. But see, you know what also is curious, guys? Another weird thing, and I pointed this out yesterday, but a lot of people missed it. I'll show you guys again. Another weird thing is that Roberts Road, this part of Roberts Road, the extension that goes down to the Falcon 9 area, to the Falcon 9 area, right? That's rated for heavy payloads. This is rated for heavy stuff. Look at how thick that road is. It's a thick boy road. See the grades for it and everything, and then the runoff, the discharge trenches on the side. That's rated for really heavy stuff, just like this road is. This road is rated for really heavy stuff. You could tell by how big the discharge canals on the sides of the road are. If there's a bigger discharge canal, heavier road. This has gigantic discharge canals. They're almost as big as the existing ones on Kennedy Parkway right here. And we know that this road right here is designed to carry heavy stuff around. Oh, that's the LA subway terminal. Nice. Because Falcon 9s get dragged into this building. You can literally see the spot. You can see the spot in this building where Falcon 9s are stored. It's this area of concrete. See how that concrete? The concrete is even poured differently. As opposed to these sections out here on the sides. See these big flat sections right there? See those? That's where Falcon 9s are stored. The concrete is even cast differently. You can tell the 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there. So we know that this is designed to receive heavy loads here. That extension road that we were talking about goes to here, right? This one right here. It goes to right there, and that's not rated for heavy loads, which is strange. So how is this all going to work? Maybe this building over here, perhaps the Burbaps, maybe this one right here is the high bay. It could be. Or the inner spaceflight nerd inside of me could just feed into my bias and say that SpaceX is not going to assemble starships here. They're going to assemble them down the road inside of the VAB. I hope. No, that's just an extension to the normal thing. Do we know how tall this building is, Thomas? You don't know that for sure. It clearly has a 40-foot wide door. There's a 40-foot wide loading dock right there. What's 40 feet in meters? $12-meter wide door. That's kind of strange. 12-meter wide. Pick up the construction by Cirrus. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah, the truss structure that they're building there. But that looks like it's only this, Thomas. What about this part? Just seems odd if you were to build the pieces at Roberts Road, then haul the pieces all the way down to the VAB for assembly. Yeah, I know what you mean, Boring. But, you know, we can say that, and then in the same exact breath, they made the spacecraft for the Apollo program. The Apollo CSM and the lander were in the O&C right here. Operations and checkout. They were in O&C, and they would tow the spacecraft even further down the road to the VAB and then put it together over there. See what I'm saying? Raptor production, maybe? Smirks, I think Raptor production would need a slightly bigger building, don't you think? You're overthinking it. Why can't they upgrade the rest of the road? I'm not overthinking it, Swishio. You don't build a brand new road just to upgrade it a couple of months later. You're overthinking that I'm overthinking it. Nice try, though. No, it doesn't make any sense. They're building that road that's not rated for heavy stuff is not even being built. It's being built right now, and it's being built alongside this. Not only that, Swish, take a look at this. See right here? They have this huge pavilion for rolling Falcon 9s in. This is all concrete right here because concrete holds heavier things up. And then you saw the concrete for the building right there. Hangar X, right? I don't see anything like that down here. There's just a parking lot, and then there's... This is not designed for heavy traffic. If it was designed for heavy traffic, you'd see something like this. Raptor production is at McGregor. They're building them there now? I told a viewer the other day that they're not building them there, that they build them in Hawthorne, but they may have scaled up there too. It's possible. I may have been wrong. Now I feel bad because I told that guy he was wrong. If that's the case. Raptor 2 is going to be made in McGregor. So it hasn't been made yet. Okay, cool. Both Raptor 2 and McGregor RVAC are at Hawthorne right now. Yeah, okay. One unloading area, and then just move stuff around the site from there. Yeah. See these things right here? That's drainage. Discharge pipes. Interesting. Could they move starships on these other roads? I noticed that this road here is 34 feet wide. That's pretty standard stuff, dudes. 34 feet is pretty standard. That's just a 2-lane road. It doesn't really mention what it's made out of, though, which is interesting. But there's very, very clearly a big, wide open space right here, so who knows? Do we know if Northeast Avenue is rated for heavy loads? Wolf, yeah, no, I don't. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Let me look at the Google Earth picture. I'll be able to tell you. No. No, not a chance. I can already tell you just by this extension piece that it's not. Do we have a newer picture? Hold on. No. All right, hang on. Let's see if we have the old... That's the old Northeast. So, anytime they're redoing a road, you don't redo the road exactly where... in the same exact path. You build it right next to it. Why? Because you need the road to build the road. So they would use the old road for staging, and then they'd build the new road right next to it. Standard highway construction 101. Like we learned that from cities. The old Northeast Avenue goes all the way up here. I don't know where it goes to. It just goes to another road. Anyway, so they built the new road next to it. So that means that that's the inlet for the new road, and that's not on this. Let me take a look. Let's zoom in. Northeast Avenue will be redone as well, linked to the plans. Oh, okay. Let me look at the plans. I'll be able to tell you. If this road is rated to move heavy stuff around, then that makes more sense. Northeast Avenue Extension prepared for SpaceX, Northeast Avenue STA, Brevard County, Cape Canaveral. Okay. All right, so these right here are the plans for the grading. That's erosion control and what they need to move around. I know it because it says it right there. It's pretty neat. And this marks out the points for the road right here, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's more demo plans. We were looking at this yesterday. That's why I know what most of this stuff is. See, there's the existing road, and you see how the line for the new road is next to the old road? See? Approximate on the existing road to be demolished. Okay. Yeah. The reason why this just looks like the same thing over and over again is because it's in segments. So segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, segment 4. There's the irrigation plans and fencing plans right there. This connects to existing pavement, match existing grades. Avenue asphalt. Nope. Nope, not a heavy road. Nah, this is just asphalt. This is just for light traffic. Now, what about you? What is this right here? This extension piece that goes through the discharge pipes. So it's a Type C inlet per Federal Department of Transportation's Index 4255520. It's just a drain pipe. It's a drain pipe that connects the two culverts together, so water doesn't flow up on the roads. It just flows away from the road. I have a discharge pipe. Yeah. And valve too. Double discharge going east-west right there. Okay. This is the approximate grade for the road. Yeah, here we go. Road type. 12-inch Type B subgrade, 8-inch lime rock base grade, and then a 4-inch asphalt layer over it. That's a light road. Light-duty road. Bits and tips from App State. Yeah, Northeast Avenue is another light-duty road. He said duty. So it matches what we see right here. Now, I'm not sure what this one is right here, but I'm pretty sure that's existing. That's what they're talking about. So if that's not a heavy road, there's a heavy road entrance here for Falcon 9s, and the extension down here, and none of the surrounding roads around this are heavy roads. It's not those roads wouldn't be able to hold Starship for very long. Don't get me wrong, you could tow a Starship down one of these roads on an SPMT, sure. But after a while, you'd get the same exact problems that you get with Highway 4, meaning that every time they move one, it sinks into the ground a little bit. And then SpaceX is... I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that SpaceX is footing that bill. They are just mangroves? What do you mean? You see the difference in the road extension here? See how heavy, how built up that road is? It's 3 lanes, right? As opposed to this one, which isn't. Could it be Starlink related? A 320,000 square foot factory for Starlinks? Can you show us a sample blueprint of a heavy road? I don't have one off the top of my head. I can show you a picture of one if you want. We can go down here. I can show you the difference. They're really easy to spot. All right, so let's go down to Blue Origin. Heavy roads are really easy to spot usually because they're wide. They're wide, Jen, and they're wide for no reason. There's no apparent reason why the road is so dang wide. This one right here is a good example. That road is big enough for cars to park horizontally on the side of it and not really have it be a problem, which means it's probably the size of, it's 4 lanes wide. I'll bet you it's probably 60 feet across. Let me take a look. No, it's a 40-foot road. Still bigger than a 34. 34 is standard 2-lane, right? So that's a really odd size then, that this road is 3 lanes wide again, right? 3 lanes with a shoulder. Why? Well, that's where New Glenn is supposed to roll out. See? Needlessly wide. That's a really, really good way to spot it. That doesn't make any sense. Why is that thing so freaking wide? Well, 1, it's wide to be able to move the New Glenn core out. And 2, it needs to be able to withstand the load, right? It's a really easy thing to spot. It looks like New Glenn's also, well, no. You look down here, sub-assemblies could go in, but you look, there's a gate right here. See the gate entrance? You're not going to roll a rocket out there. The gate entrance is in the way. See what I mean? Doesn't really make a whole lick of sense. Now, if you look over here, they're pouring, not needless, they're pouring copious amounts of concrete in here. And then there's a concrete road that goes to the TCAT, tank testing area. That's the TCAT is what that building is called. I forget what it stands for. That's where they're going to pressure test New Glenn's tanks. You could see that it's concrete all the way to the TCAT because it's going to be moving heavy stuff, right? Concrete areas are where heavy stuff is. You build roads that are designed to carry heavy payloads out of concrete. Video of the New Glenn test article. Yeah, we could show that, but here, take another look. I showed this yesterday, but I'll show it again. That's weird. What's that for? Anybody know? Tank cleaning and processing facility. There you go, Hired. Thank you. What's that for? That's a really weird road. How wide is it? Let's see. 50 feet wide. So that's almost true 4-lane road right there. Well, that road needed to be heavy, and it needed to be overbuilt. It needed to be for heavy industry because it's designed to move space shuttles around. No, that's not to scale. It's designed to tow the space shuttle down that road. If you look at where this concrete road connects to, the concrete road just takes a left and the road goes back to asphalt, right? And then it goes right, quite literally, right to the shuttle's runway. See what I mean? I can't give you an example of blueprints per se, but it's really easy to spot heavy roads, especially heavy roads for rocket infrastructure. I can give you more examples if you want. Let's go over here. Right here. Where am I? Yeah, okay. Over here. So, anybody know what this is? I'll give you a hint. Let me go back and turn... Actually, let me turn on the 3D buildings. I'll give you a hint what they build there. This is your brain. This is your brain on Saturn V. Any questions? This is Michoud. Every Saturn V first stage, every shuttle external tank was made here. And Saturn V second stage. Actually, no, second stages were made in California. They made the S1C here. They made external tanks here. They're making SLS core stages here. Now let's take a look. Where's the heavy infrastructure? Well, you can tell that there was a concrete road right here that was designed to move those things at one point, but they don't use that anymore. So we have an asphalt road, right? This is an asphalt road, but that intersection right there is awfully weird looking. Anybody from the US, do you ever see intersections like that with these white painted lines all over it? That's really weird. It's also got a really wide berth going this way, trending in this direction. Wide turns are needed, because you're probably moving something around that that may or may not be on a little bit on the wide side. I saw it here for a second. Where is it? Oh, look. There's the SLS Pathfinder. That's the fitment test article that they use for SLS core stages. It's called the Pathfinder. Looks like that thing can negotiate that turn. So, where does this go? Let's follow this road. This road's clearly built for heavy use. Why would there be a 4-lane road around here otherwise, right? Oh, there's heavy infrastructure going that way, but it doesn't do anything anymore. Let's follow this. It went over here at one point. And now it's over here. And it leads right to the Pegasus barge, where they move the SLS cores around. See what I mean? Spotting infrastructure that's designed for rockets and stuff is really easy to spot. It looks like this bridge needed to be redone, so they instead of having the road just go right here, they made it go out and around. From what I can tell, it looks like it had to go around existing levees right here. Why do we need levees? You need levees here because it floods sometimes. That's why there's a huge floodplain right here. Yeah, that's there for a really good reason. Yeah, long trailers take wide turns to the Pegasus barge that just happens to be the exact same size to fit an SLS core stage. See? This is what I mean. It's easy to spot heavy infrastructure for rockets if you know what to look for. Look for weird stuff like this. How's the stream going? Great, Ensid, how are you? They're doing stuff over here too. I'm not sure what that building was used for. But it looks like at one point they built this concrete avenue right here just to tow Saturn V cores right down to the barge so they could get them out of here. Wind farm stuff, Goose? Yeah, I saw the wind turbine blade. Maybe the arrival angle easier to get parallel to the barge going the new way. Well, that and SLS cores are a little bit longer than a Saturn V core, right? I mean, the SLS core is 200 feet, 220 feet, or about 70 meters. Saturn V's are maybe 50 meters. They're not nearly as big. They're about 150 feet. And the reason why the Saturn V stage isn't there anymore is because they put it inside. Because quite literally, there wasn't a Saturn V first stage sitting outside for 50 years. That boy ain't right, I tell you what. And check this out. Here's the high bays where they build SLS parts. See? High bays. Just like SpaceX, same thing. I mean, SpaceX is quite literally following in the same tracks. Following in the same exact tracks as the Apollo program, which is cool. Should put that in your parents' driveway? I think that's about the size of the house that I grew up in, Yensid. Probably a little bigger. And the crazy thing is, that isn't a mock-up. That's a real Saturn V first stage, which is just aggravating. It belongs in the bottom of the ocean. Wait. I could give you other examples, fellas. There's another cool one that I can think of off the top of my head. If we want to do a little bit of trivia with spaceflight infrastructure. Actually, there's two that I can think of off the top of my head. Let's go down here to the Army Ordnance Center. We dissected this one on stream before and we figured this one out. So, check this out. There's a heavy dock right here. Anytime you see concrete jutting out into the water, it's designed to move something heavy onto a ship. So over here, very curious, you see concrete jutting out. Why? Well, how wide is this? Oh, 60 feet again. Why is there just a big 4-lane road wide area with big enough for a helicopter pad just sitting here? And what does it lead to? It leads to a gate, right? See the gate? Now, funky intersection. Once again, weird looking intersection. What intersection looks like that? That has relief on one side but not the other. Well, infrastructure was towed to this dock from this direction. Right? Something big was coming down here, crossing the sidewalk, crossing past this gate, and being loaded onto a ship. The reason why you have this relief out here is so something can be driven in, turned this way, and backed onto a ship. That's why it reliefs out there. So this is something gigantic. Something 60 feet that needs a 60-foot wide heavy concrete road. So let's go up the street. Let's see what we can find. See if there's any heavy infrastructure connecting to this road. Now, it could have gone left and right up this road, perhaps. But there's trees in the way, so unlikely. Let's keep going. No, probably not that. Those are houses. Let's keep going. There's a golf course right there. What's this? Weird random parking lot in the middle of a field. Probably not anything. Is anything big here? Nope. Couldn't put stuff in there. There's a gate. So let's keep going. Another big parking lot, but it doesn't look like anything was connected to this at any point in time. Maybe right here? Maybe right here, but that's asphalt. Not designed for heavy infrastructure. Keep going. Let's keep looking. Uh-oh. What's this? Big, wide concrete berth right here. Well, let's take a look. How wide is that? 100 feet. Oh, it's for RVs. Gee, what's that? I wonder what was here. 100 feet wide entrance to the road right there. Just randomly? Nope, not random. Well, guys, if you guessed it, good for you. If you didn't guess, look, there's another wide entrance over here. If you didn't guess it, check it out. This is where they built Saturn V second stages. The S2 second stage was built here. The buildings have since been demolished because but that's where they rolled them out. They rolled them out down this road, and then they loaded them onto that dock that was built for the Apollo program. And there it is for the S2 and the S4B right there. A converted, that looks like a converted resupply ship. I could keep going. You guys want another one? It's really cool. Really cool to spot. So what city is this? Huntington Beach. Douglas built the second, it built the third stage. I forget who built the second stage. I think North American did. Demolishing those buildings sounds dumb. Phineas, you're telling me people in California are short-sighted? Are you sure? Are you sure? I never realized how ignorant I am. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just being a dick. You guys are all right. I like you. So Hawthorne I can show you, but there I have another example over at Vandenberg Air Force Base if you want to see that one. Whoa, you can't be rude to people like that. Always remember, guys, I only make fun of people that I like. Very big rule of mine. I don't make fun of people that I don't like. Cheers. That's a very big rule of mine. Do not make fun of people that you don't know. In 2022, that can end very poorly. Am I wrong? You never made fun of Ford. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the Mach-E? It's a freaking egg with wheels. What are you talking about? What are you do? What were they doing? What were you thinking? That car ain't right, boy. I tell you what. Hey, Airborne, you've never made fun of NIMBYs. Yeah, because I really, really appreciate the fact, Jensen, that 95 ends at the 128 interchange and doesn't go all the way into Boston. Did you get sound and lights add-on for your shuttle? No, Airborne, I didn't. All right. You want to keep looking for rocket-heavy infrastructure? I got you. All right, so Vandenberg Air Force Base. Here's a good one. Vandenberg Air Force Base. Let's take a look. That runway is a very peculiar shaped runway. That's very weird. It's definitely not for a regular airplane. How long is this runway? 15,000 feet. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The shuttle landing facility at Kennedy Space Center is 15,000 feet long. It's double the distance of a regular runway. Why? Because space shuttles, when the Air Force operated them, were supposed to land at Vandenberg. You can clearly see that this 9,000-foot runway was extended because the taxiways used to end on both sides, right? Taxiway used to go to each end of the runway, and then in the 80s, they extended it. It's very easy to see. You could see that there's some roads that were going here, and they were like, nah, never mind. So, you have an offloading area over here. And then you have an area that looks like it accepts some heavy infrastructure. How wide were those roads? That's 166 feet wide. What about this one right here? How wide was that? How wide were those roads back at KSC to accept the shuttle? They were 50, 60 feet wide. So the shuttle was supposed to be taxied in here, and then they could pick it up and put it on a 747. Or, now this is where this gets fun. Or it could go onto this road. It could be towed on a transporter down this road. True story. Could be. Actually, no. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me look at this again. Maybe I got this wrong. That road's not big enough, right? That's just a 2-lane road, and it has stuff to the side. So, nope, not that one. The MDD would have been right there. Now let's look. Now we're on the scavenger hunt. We know that they would have launched the shuttle from Vandenberg. So how were they supposed to get the shuttle to Vandenberg? We got to look for heavy roads, right? Oh, what's this? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty heavy. Well, it has nothing to do with it. See that? Whatever that building is, it was used for moving something heavy around inside of it, right? So now let's follow the trail. We know the pads are... Where are the pads? The pads are to the south. So how the heck did they get this shuttle over to Slick 6? Slick 6 is way over there. How could they have done it? I don't know what that thing is used for. I have no idea what that building is, but it's clearly fenced off, and look at the mound of dirt that it's on. It's clearly built for something heavy. Now we got to keep looking around. Where's another heavy road? Well, this one leads to a dead end. So my original thing was probably right. But then again, that's a wide road right there. Let's follow this one. Yeah, yep. Check it out, fellas. Look. Weird intersection. Weird intersection right there. Boom. Dead giveaway. What's that relief for? Well, I know what that relief's for. It's for the space shuttle. And that leads right down to the main entrance to Vandenberg. And this is a pretty heavy road. You can see how it's graded, and it just cuts through stuff. Okay. Now we're at the gate, the entrance gate to Vandenberg. Or that's the south gate. Oh, look. Another relief. See what I'm talking about? Another relief. All right, let's follow this road. I know this road. I drove on this road with the truck, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. Oh. Well, that's weird. Cuts in the sides of the road. They planed off these edges on the side of the road. Why would they do that? See? The edges of the road are all planed off. It's almost like it's designed to carry something with wings through here. Maybe something like that. See what I mean? It's planed so the wings can fit underneath it. So we have a very wide road that's 3 lanes wide for whatever stupid reason. It's so it can take the weight. And you have the planed edges on the side so you can move the big boy in here. So follow the cut. Okay, there's still some reliefs there. There's the train station. Tough enough as I parked it right in that spot right there. Here's the base entrance. This is the launch area base, right? Follow this weird kind of 2-lane, almost 3-lane road, and let's keep looking for the cuts. Where are they? There's one, right there. Keep following it. I don't see any bizarre, weird 3-lane roads. Oh, what's this? Where does that one go? That one goes up to an old launch pad, but that's clearly not Slick 6, so let's keep going. Still a heavy road. Oh, what do we have here? So this road takes a cut right here, takes a turn. There's more reliefs right there. And then it goes up here. And then it goes this way. But that road stops, and that's the satellite processing facility right there. Where does this road end up? It goes over here. Look, another weird intersection. It's a very strange one. The relief is on the side here, so it goes to the left. Another relief over here. And it leads right to the shuttle's OPF. That's the processing facility that they built for the shuttle program that they never used. Now, I can keep going. You guys want to keep seeing this? This is it's looking for heavy infrastructure for a space program. I could keep going. There's more to this. Yes, this is awesome. Okay. So, go back to this intersection. So, look at all these. This parking lot, this whole thing has a kind of weird thing going on here. It's curved, 180 degrees. Why is it curved like that? Well, it's curved like that because train tracks need to get up there, and trains don't like turning, nor do they like going up hills. So, trains do a switchback. And it's very clear that there is there's a processing area right here, or some kind of siding right here with a building next to it, and then there's this building down here as well. So, what part of the space shuttle was delivered via train? What part of the shuttle was delivered by train? The SRBs. Bingo. The SRBs. They're made in Ogden, Utah by Northrop Grumman, Morton Thiokol at the time, and you know you need train tracks to get them there. Well, guess what that is? That's the old SRB processing facility, and that's the siding where you could drop off consists in cars. They'd move the casings here, and they'd bring the casings up, and that's what the rest of this intersection is. They'd bring the casings all in here, and they would build right on the pad, because Slick 6 is dope, and this is how a shuttle pad should have been made from the start. Do not hump the boosters. But how much you want to bet that facility right there, that one, with the train tracks all next to it, how much you want to bet that's, let's see, 150 feet. I'm guessing 150. Nope, 264. That's more than enough to put an SRB inside, and you just happen to have an SRB-sized door right there. See? All this infrastructure goes together. You can look for it. And this is what I'm trying to do, and the reason why I'm showing you guys this whole thing, right? Is we're trying to theory craft out what SpaceX is going to do at the Cape with Starship. This is what I mean. See, I do this for fun because I'm a loser, all right? So, and I'm going to theory craft with SpaceX. I'm going to try to figure out what they're going to do before they're going to say they're going to do it because I like looking for clues like this. This is fun, right? So, another thing to spot here, the SRBs are 150 feet long, by the way. So, you'd need a building that was slightly longer than 150 feet. So, another thing to look for, let's take a look around. 250 bits from Paper City. Thank you. SPMTs are small, but what they carry isn't. Big weight on small area does the good number on roads. Exactly, Shots. Yeah, you got it. Oh, nice picture from John, Panta. Yeah, Shots. Bingo, dude. You nailed it right on the head. Hi, by the way. How have you been? And that's what I'm trying to tell people, that the infrastructure, the heavy infrastructure is easy to spot. It's really easy to spot if you know what to look for. All right, so now we know that the SRBs came in via train. There's the SRB processing facility. There's the orbiter processing facility. So what piece are we missing? I don't know, Kuro, maybe. Shuttle engines? Well, those would have been delivered inside of the space shuttle. Speaking of SRBs, SpaceX doesn't like them. That's right. They use liquid fuel boosters. Somebody asked about Falcon 9 and Hawthorne. I'm getting to that. The external tank. Okay. So, Adendal, we know where the ETs were made. They were made in Michoud. Right? They're made in Michoud. And they would need to go through the Panama Canal. So we're looking for a heavy dock. What does a heavy dock look like? Something with concrete jutting out into the water. So let's go down here to the coastline and let's find a heavy dock. Uh-oh. There you go. And then look, relief cuts. I don't know why there's relief cuts there because it's the external tank, but see, look at this road again. That road is very weird looking. It's like a 3-lane road with 2 lanes painted on top of it. See what I'm talking about? This is the kind of stuff you got to look for. See, that road it's very wide for seemingly no reason. But it's not for no reason. It's because it literally leads right to that processing track where... oh, look. An ET storage facility. Funny how that works. And then it leads right to that same road that goes right to the pad. See what I'm talking about? This stuff's easy to spot. Now you guys want to see Hawthorne, all right?
Discovery, go at throttle.
You guys want to see where SpaceX builds Falcon 9s, right? That's what we're looking for? Hawthorne is back this way. Oh, there is one more thing. There is one more piece of infrastructure that you guys would probably appreciate. Every shuttle launch out of Vandenberg was going to need recovery ships, right? To tow the SRBs back because they were reused. There's one more thing. I think it's down here. If we go down here and we look at this Navy base right here, I think this is Point Magoo, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Point Magoo's over there. So check this out. So this is a wide enough berth to tow the SRBs in. But look, if we just take a quick look right here, there's quite literally an SRB-shaped dock right there. And it looks like there were posts here for a gantry crane. And this is where they would have towed the SRBs. Towed the SRBs right in here. And they would pull them right out. And they would go right into this building over here. They would get disassembled in this building. And look, it's connected right into train tracks so they could tow them right back to Utah to make more. That's the old SRB recovery facility right there for Vandenberg. Pretty cool, huh? Shout out to you. XPZ. Port Huinimini. I don't know how to say that, XPZ. That's cool, man. No, that's a submarine dock. It's not App State. Submarine docks don't look like that. That's not big enough for a submarine. Guys, I know it's the SRB processing facility. Like, I've watched way too much crap with this. Winememe, okay. I was just gonna call it memes. There's Pacific Coast Highway. Fellas, Brimo and I did a Route 154 on driving up that exact road right there. I streamed driving up that road, which is actually pretty cool. Alright, so, Hawthorne. You guys want to see how SpaceX does it? SpaceX is back in the city here. You look at Hawthorne. I'll give you 3 guesses what headquarters, which one of these is SpaceX. We lost you about there? Damn. It's the one with the X on it. It's the one that says Tesla, right? Yeah. That's the Tesla Design Center. That's where every Tesla that's been designed was designed in that building.
Hey, babe.
Yeah, what's up?
Our realtor's here.
What?
The guy who sold us the apartment.
Okay.
Can you come talk to him with me? I specifically said, do you want me to bring EJ? And he said yes.
Oh.
So.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So that's not the realtor, that's the landlord.
No, it's I don't know. Just, can you come with me?
Okay.
I can't tell you his name.
It's the guy.
Yeah.
Alright, fellas. I'll be back in 1 second, okay? Here, enjoy the music. I'll show you SpaceX when we get back. Be right back 1 moment. Alright. I'm back, dudes. So, did you like the music? You loved it. I know you did. Okay, so. It's in Hearts of Iron, guys. When talking about moving lots of weight, it will only run you about 6 mil. What is this? Oh, yeah. Evicted? No. No. Okay. So, let's get back into it. And so, Hawthorne, guys, right? This is where SpaceX makes Falcon 9s. They roll right out of this, right out of that door right there. First and second stages, right? Now, as far as I can tell, you know, that's a heavy road, right? This is Northrop Avenue. It's a pretty heavy-duty road to begin with because this was zoned industrial area. This area was all zoned for the aviation industry. It's not called Northrop Avenue for no reason because this used to be Northrop's headquarters once upon a time. So you have pretty heavy infrastructure here already. Now, with Falcon 9, here's the thing. This is pretty heavily zoned industrial infrastructure already. And because of this, a couple of curious things to point out here. There used to be a median here, but they paved over the median for a couple of reasons. So Falcon 9 first stages can turn and come out of here and get up on the highway. And this is the second thing about Falcon 9. Is that a landing strip? Yeah, Dama. This is Hawthorne Airport. Yeah. Like I said, Northrop used to use this to make airplanes. This was Northrop's world headquarters before they merged with Grumman. There's a reason why this is called Jack Northrop Avenue. So, here's the thing. Falcon 9 was specifically engineered for just regular industrial use roads, like highways and boulevards like this. It's zoned specifically for that type of weight. It's in the oversized load class of weight, and that's entirely on purpose. The reason why is because the Falcon 9, it's a little bit harder to spot the different pieces of infrastructure because Falcon 9 is designed to just go on regular industrial roads. In this case, I know it has to travel by a truck. Falcon 9 can just be towed on regular roads. It doesn't need a barge or a heavy dock or anything like that. And that was done like that on purpose. So SpaceX could move it via roads, which is a lot cheaper than buying a boat. News about the SpaceX launch a few days ago. Turns out the Space Force are up to some sneaky things. SF-8 was launched. SF-8 was launched by ULA yesterday. Anime soon? Yeah. So, Falcon 9 stuff is harder to spot. But, anyway. With Roberts Road, it's a little bit difficult to, It's a little bit difficult to spot the heavy infrastructure here, especially for Starship, because Starship, you're going to need something crazy. You're going to need something big. I'm not even sure that they're going to assemble the Starships here. I mean, it would make sense that they would tow it all the way down and build them in the VAB, but I don't know. Hey, Perky, 44-month resub. How are you? This was at Hawthorne. Let me see. Well, I don't hate that picture. Oh, that's really cool. Good, just lurking and working. Awesome. Yeah, Northrop's headquarters right there. Pictures from the static fire from Astra. Cool. Yeah, those are John's pictures. Those were already linked. John Krause took these pictures. Well, that's pretty cool. What are those? The Northrop images? Oh, they're B-49s. See? Jack Northrop came up with the idea of flying wings pretty much like right at the end of World War II. And keep in mind, this is like independently of the Horton brothers. This isn't something where he got the idea from the Horton brothers in World War II and that idea came back to the U.S. or something. No. Because the predecessor was the the YB-35. Check that out. Flying wings. These are flying wings in the late 40s. The XB-49 did go into production, or the YB-49. It did go into production, but then it stopped. I don't think they got the contract. So it was really only in prototyping. Let me read here for a second. The YB-49 never entered production, being passed over in favor of the more conventional Convair B-36 piston-driven design. Design work performed in the development of the YB-35 and YB-49 nonetheless proved to be valuable to Northrop decades later in the eventual development of the B-2. That lost to the B-36? Oh. I mean, guys, the B-36 is cool, but the B-36 is also a piece of junk. The USAF punished Northrop for not merging with Convair. Yeah, because that thing's a piece of junk. The B-36 was trash. It wasn't good. It could light itself on fire. Turns out that putting propeller engines behind a wing makes the engines that are air-cooled overheat a little bit because the propellers have to do more work because the wing is in the way. No, seriously. These things were notorious for catching on fire. So, it was a terrible design. It's a cool-looking plane, don't get me wrong. But it's so bad they ended up having to tack some jet engines out onto the sides here to get the thing to perform to what was advertised. It was a huge cost-plus contract, fellas. Seriously. Oh, yeah. Big cost-plus, big fiasco right there. Why not water-cooled? Because those are 4860 Wasp Majors, dude. Here, I'll show you. I always get the numbers wrong. 4360. It's a 4360 Wasp Major. That thing. That was the B-36 engine. It's a bunch of air-cooled cylinders all stacked on top of each other. How are you going to water-cool that thing? But the idea is that this engine was designed for a forward-facing propeller and an intake right behind it. The reason for that was it needed to be a forward-facing propeller with an intake so the propeller basically shoots air over the cylinders and keeps them nice and cool. If you take that away, the thing catches on fire. And that's exactly what happened. B-36s were notorious for overheating at high altitudes, and the engines just caught on fire. So they ended up tacking jet engines onto the side of the thing because the 6 engines facing backwards was a terrible design. Although it looks awesome. I will say that. It's very cool looking. But it's funny that it lost to that. This has 8 jet engines in it. 8 jet engines. And it's funny because the Air Force later figured out that the B-36 was junk and swapped it out for this. Six turning, 4 burning. Yeah, that's right. B-47s are cool, man. B-47s are a really nice looking plane. I will say that. It's a very, very nice looking aircraft. Yeah, those are beautiful. Oh, hell yeah. The B-58, which is not relevant to this conversation, but if we're just going to mention bombers randomly, there you go. Convair. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's no XB-70, but it's cool. B-58, when you just want to drop one, get in there, drop one nuke, destroy everything, and fly away very, very quickly. If we're gonna choose this time period from the 60s, the XB, nothing screws with the XB-70. The XB-70 is the best. And yeah, people are going, oh, EJ, it has canards. Yeah, I don't care. The plane can go faster than an SR-71. The 70 is the coolest. I don't really think that's open for debate.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How many square foot do you think you need? Of what, Remo? Some of the B-36 crews we did the saying to 4 turning, 4 on fire, and 2 accounted for. Paco, 51 month resub. Yeah, that thing... Okay, this is one of those pictures that I like showing, where you see the plane, and you're like, oh, that's a really nice looking plane. Very futuristic. Look at the damn trucks. Look at the truck. It's messing with my headspace that these two things were invented at the same time. The XB-70 looks like it could be made today. If somebody showed me this, oh yeah, it's a brand new plane, I'd be like, yep. Look at the 48 F1 right there. All right. So about that. So that's either a 48, 49, 50, 51, or 52 F1. It's called an F1, not an F100. And the Convair, or not the Convair, the XB-70 came around in 64. So it was an old truck even for when this plane rolled out. But still, the fact that that was like still a thing that could be used as support equipment for something like that is very funny to me. Foam floor mats. I don't know. Steering that plane on the ground must have been fun. You're what, like 60 feet in front of the nose gear? Yeah. It never went into service though, so yeah, but neither did the B-58.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know if those will work, Bree, but we can go and find out. It's also weird that the F-18 was in production in the late 70s and they're still in use. Yep. It's big enough to have other aircraft parked underneath it at the Air Force Museum. Indeed. Yeah, it has a D-21, HL-10, X-24, a keyhole satellite, X-15. What else is here? X-29. Cool. These are all experimental planes in here. The XF-85. The XF-85. Nice. YP-80 back there. Pretty good stuff. Middle on the left side. What is this? Oh, that plane. I remember reading about it. I think this thing was a tech demonstrator for the intakes for the XB-70, if I'm remembering right. I could be wrong. No. Far left side. This thing? I don't know what that is, fellas. F-107? I don't... Maybe here. F-107. Word. The F-107 was based on the F-100. Competition was extra. Oh, it lost to the F-105. Yeah. Oh, one's at Pima. It's North American. Yeah, they reused that intake design on the XB-70. The USAF had 116 Hustlers in service. Oh. It's not a lot. Interesting. Got the X-40 on the right as well. You guys are talking about this thing? I don't know what that is. Anybody? I have no freaking idea. It's a test article, whatever it is. Because this I know it's a test article because this entire hangar is all X-planes. The whole hangar is all experimental stuff. The X-24. Oh, that's the X-24B and the X-24A. I thought that was the HL-10. They look similar. Not a lot. We only have 76. Guys, all right, yeah, your B-58 is stupid. There's a reason why they used it for a couple of years and said, nah, never mind. All right, now, yes, I get it. That's better than the XB-70, right? But the XB-70 is better in pretty much every performance regard. So, and it's very clear if we want to play this stupid game that they don't necessarily choose what they want on merit because the B-36 exists. So, great. You can go and like your weird-looking Hustler plane with a freaking tumor on the bottom. I'll like the plane. I'll go ahead and like the plane that goes faster than Mach 3. It's the X-10. All right, let's see. X-10 aircraft, North American X-10. Huh. That looks like an F-18. Well, no. The intakes kind of look like an F-18, but no, that actually looks more like a T-38. Let's read. J-40s. It looks like it's a yeah, it's a cruise missile. Interesting. Neat. That's cool. Titans lost? No way. Really? Nine quarterback sacks beats 3 quarterback interceptions. Who are the Titans playing? The Bengals beat Tennessee. Frickin' Burrow, man. I can't believe that. Wow. I think the only, at this point, fellas, the only prediction for the postseason that I've gotten right thus far is Kansas City beating the Steelers. And Tampa Bay winning. So I'm like 2 out of 6 or something. I think I'm 2 out of 6 on postseason predictions. The 49ers are going against the Packers. Good. I don't like Green Bay. So I hope Jimmy delivers again. I think Buffalo. I don't think anything can stop Josh Allen, to be honest. After the extreme beatdown that happened to my team, dude, if they play like that, that's Super Bowl tier. They literally had a perfect game. They played a perfect game. No punts, no extra points. Every drive resulted in a touchdown. That's embarrassing, man. That's embarrassing. It's pretty bad. I don't follow any of it. but I happened to catch the last 2 minutes of the Cowboys game. Oh, sweet. You caught the last 2 minutes of them not knowing how to manage the time on the clock. Nice. Which game was that? The Bills kicked the trash out of the Patriots like, it was like 50-10 or something. It was bad, dude. It wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. I've blanked that game out of my psyche. It was that bad. Packers are going to beat the 49ers? No way. No way. Well, bad. Now that was great. No, you don't hate the Patriots, Bram. You hate Tom Brady, remember? Tom Brady's the one that, you know, took advantage of all of you and probably kicked the trash out of whatever crappy team you vote for or you root for. Your beef is with him, not with the Patriots, remember? Remember? You don't hate the Patriots. You don't hate the Patriots are cool. Seriously, it was a butt kicking, man. It was bad. It was not. I've never seen the Patriots played that bad, ever. I was super happy the Cowboys lost. You know what's funny about the Cowboys losing? The other team handed them victory on a silver platter because they don't know how to manage the clock. The Cowboys just managed to demonstrate that they don't know how to manage the clock either. And they are worse at managing the clock than the team that they played against. Cowboys fans, is that normal? That seems like it's par for the course for the Cowboys. No, Green, but that's cool. Jedi mind tricks only work on the weak-minded. Nice. Oh yeah, Hellfish, yeah. I hope my Fox will find out of their yeah. Oh jeez, their season didn't end well either. People up here in Buffalo collectively lost it last year when the Bills didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Yeah, Dylan, they were a little upset. I hate Bill Belichick. So long as he's part of the team, I will root against him. It's a shame. It's a shame you don't like winners, Edmena. That must suck. Did you see that Troy Aikman was calling out the Cowboys? No, but that's funny.
Discovery.
Man, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, man. Maybe if you got rid of that yee coach, you could get some trophies in your case. Or better yet, maybe you can get some more Super Bowl trophies in your case if you stop using that quarterback that you're using, or that halfback that you're using, or that defensive coordinator that you're using. Brother. Interesting, Sebby. Here you go. To be fair, I hated Barry Bonds as he's a cheater. Yeah, but that's convenient for you, Edmana, because you could just root for a team across the bay. How convenient. What am I going to do? Root for Buffalo? Root for... What's the other closest teams? The closest teams are the Jets, the Giants, and Buffalo. Yeah, hard pass. Thank you very much. Anyway. Okay. Sorry. Let's load up the Starship footage and we'll call it a day here. We'll put a nice package on this train wreck of a space news because it got interrupted. Let's see. Yeah, of course, Green. I don't hate the Dolphins. To be fair, I don't really hate the Bills or the Jets, to be real with you. The Bills are all right. I like their quarterback. I think Josh Allen's the real deal. The Jets, I can't hate them. I can't hate them because they hate themselves. So it's... Yeah, I don't think I need to dogpile on. It's fine. You seen their record? I don't need to dogpile on now. It's messed up to hate somebody that hates themselves. That's terrible. You shouldn't do that to people. And the Dolphins are just there. They exist. So they're far away. Yeah, Gujar. Nice. Alright, so this footage is coming from NSF, guys. Let's take a look. Still doing work on the propellant site. Ship 20 was lifted today. Yep. Yeah, the ball sacks are gone. Yeah, it looks like I mean, I would assume that the chopsticks passed whatever they were testing because the ball sacks didn't snap off. That was words I thought never would come out of my mouth. I hate the refs, Lions fan. You know what's interesting about this? I wonder what they're going to do with these suborbital pads. Just a thought here, fellas. These pads don't accept starships anymore. You couldn't put SN20 on this pad because the umbilicals are different. This is from a time when Starship had a vertical umbilical inside of it. Now the umbilical is on the outside. You know, because like looking back at the pad, there's a quick disconnect. On the quick disconnect arm, there's an umbilical that's radial instead of axial, right? So, I'm not sure what they're going to do with these things. Time to chop up Ship 20? I wouldn't chop up Ship 20. Ship 20 can still launch from the other pad. It has the side umbilicals, the radial umbilicals. Yeah, that's the tank that popped. Ship 20. Ship 20 can launch from the pad that matters. But the suborbital pads, I wonder what they're going to do with those. They could still store them on there. Yeah, as far as I know, the hardware points are still good. Suborbital B is set up to receive new ships, which A could also get that upgrade. Yep. So this is the booster here. Look at that. Yeah, fellas, look, they put the covers on. I mean, that's not new. It's been like that for a couple of days or a week. You guys mind if I back up and look at this umbilical again? Huh. Welded studs. Interesting. So here's your main fuel hookup right there. There's your oxidizer hookup. Huh. This is tied into the autogenous pressurization system. That's... Why would they do that? Yeah, interesting it is. What are all these boxes on the sides? Swishio, this is holding all the stuff that you need to have on the side of the booster to make the booster work. So... usually rockets have these on the inside. They're like down here, or they're between a fuel tank or something, or they're up at the top of the booster. Now, or they're inside of the tanks. Now, for whatever reason, these aren't inside of the tanks. They're on the outsides. These tall ones right here house the... these tall ones here house the... nitrogen. They're nitrogen tanks inside of here. The nitrogen tanks are designed to spin the turbo pumps on Raptors so they can restart. But there's only enough nitrogen on here to start the center engines, not the outer ring of engines. The starter motors for the outer ring of engines on the boosters is actually ground side. These engines don't need to restart, so you don't need to bring extra nitrogen to restart them. So you have the 9 engines in the center, and these carry the nitrogen that spin the turbo pumps. Now, this small box, there's 4 of these nitrogen boxes here. There's one at 12, 3, 6, and 9, right? They're in 4 times symmetry. Now, these boxes right here, that one has the thrust vector controller. It's the TVC stuff. So the hydraulic systems to make the inner 9 engines do that. The hydraulic systems, including heat exchangers, hydraulic accumulators, pumps, to make the engines do this, are what are in those side boxes, from what I understand. What's the thing on the top of the box? The TIE Fighter window, I don't know. It's an access port, I would have to guess. I don't know why they put tiles just there. That's a little weird, but they're on all 4 of them, so it's got to be just for access to something. Yeah, RGV has pictures of the RGV took some pictures of the umbilicals. I don't know how he got these pictures up into the OLM, but yeah. See, this umbilical here for the Raptor, this thing looks like something that would pop out of R2-D2. Yep, there's a little mini umbilical. I don't know how he got those pictures. Either way, pretty awesome photos. But yeah, these outside pipes are for autogenous pressurization. So rockets use ullage tanks, guys. And the ullage tanks are... basically, they have like helium. And as the rockets drain fuel, you have to keep the pressure the same. So how do you keep the pressure the same in a fuel tank where you're draining fuel out at the rate... at a crazy, ridiculous rate that drains an Olympic-sized swimming pool in a couple of minutes? They pump gases, highly compressed gases, into the tank, right? Inside of basically smaller composite overwrap tanks called COPVs. They pump those gases as the fuel drains. They pump them into the tanks to make sure that the pressure in the tank stays the same. The reason is because a lot of rockets, Starship included, rely on pressures inside of the tanks for structural rigidity. The rocket wouldn't be able to stand up by itself or fly through the air without the tanks being pressurized for structure. So now with Starship, it doesn't seem like usually they put this stuff on the inside of the rocket. They go on the inside of the fuel tanks, but it's very clear that they didn't do that with Super Heavy. All the paraphernalia to restart the rocket engines and turn them, this stuff usually is inside a thrust structure or something. It's all just taped to the outside of the booster. Even the umbilical is just kind of sitting there on the sides. Now, these pipes included are for the autogenous pressurization system. So the Raptor engines have a tap-off of each turbopump. The Raptor engines have a methane turbopump and an oxygen turbopump. And each one of them are designed to create very, very high pressure. And then they go into 2 pre-burners. When they're going from the turbopump to the pre-burner, there's a tap-off line. And those tap-off lines lead to these pipes. Because after you go through the turbopump, well, actually, no, it's got to be gas. So it has to go through no, it doesn't go through the pre-burner. There might be some kind of heat exchanger in there. Long story short, they have gaseous methane tapping off of this and gaseous oxygen. And the gaseous methane goes right into the methane tanks. And the gaseous oxygen taps off the rocket engines and goes right into the oxidizer tanks. You know, if they show a zoomed out shot of Super Heavy, you'll see some of the pipes that go up the side go halfway, and some of them go all the way to the top. The ones that go all the way to the top go to the methane tank. And the ones that go halfway go to the oxidizer tank. Why? Because with rocket fuel tanks, especially liquid fuel rockets, liquid goes in the bottom, gas comes to the top. Gas goes to the top because liquids and gases separate, right? So venting or pressurization systems are usually found at the top where the vents are on a rocket, and they usually load liquid from the bottom. You don't want to pour pour liquid fuel or liquid oxidizer into a tank from the top, like pouring a glass of water. Bad idea. Then it splashes around, and if it finds a source of ignition, you're gonna have a bad day. So what I'm noticing here is that the autogenous pressurization pipes are hooked into the umbilical. My guess is that that's for the scavenging system. That's for the recondenser. You know how when we see Starship launch, they turn on the recondenser to be able to reclaim methane, and they use a nitrogen heat exchanger to take the gaseous methane and condense it back into liquid and put it back in the tank so they don't use as much liquid methane. It seems like two of the gaseous pipes for methane repress or methane and oxidizer are going right back into the umbilicals, and they go out. Could be wrong, though. It is still a prototype Swishio. I don't think the final booster will look like that exactly. How will the wiring not melt on re-entry? The stainless steel should absorb most of the heat airborne. Yeah, Doddle, it's very interesting, right? My guess is that that's where the legs would have went, and when they switch to the chopsticks, they put the stuff on the outside to make it easier to access. That sounds right, yeah. In theory, could you use the gases in the ullage tanks to provide a cold gas thrust system? That's exactly what they're doing, Green. The RCS for Super Heavy is not a pressurized system. It's literally just tank vents. Yeah. They're using the ullage gases for RCS. Yeah. I can show you there's 4 vents up at the top of Super Heavy, and they're specifically using methane. They're using the methane tank to... They're using the methane tank vents as RCS. Yep. Simplify it. Best part is no part. Why would you have a system that takes gaseous methane that's already pressurized in a tank, put it in another tank, and then connect that to thrusters? That makes no sense. Falcon 9 has nitrogen systems, right? So Falcon 9 has nitrogen systems because they use cold gas nitrogen thrusters because it's inert. It's an inert gas. And don't get me wrong, methane is far from inert, but it's better than using liquid oxygen. I wouldn't use liquid oxygen in a thruster system. What if it finds a source of ignition? Now, don't get me wrong, oxygen by itself doesn't blow up. Oxygen makes things blow up very, very nicely. So, on Falcon 9, it made sense to have a nitrogen system, right? On Starship, just use the tank propellants because it's easier. You don't have to use... You want to get all the mass off of the booster as much as possible, so use the tank vents. Now, Starship, different story. I don't know. Is the inside of it coated somehow, or is the steel really airtight? Yeah, Malachi, of course it's airtight. It's liquid, it's watertight, dude. Liquid tight, I should say, because they don't put water in it. Well, sometimes they do. Could you use helium? Of course you could use helium, Green. Most rockets do use helium. But I'm pretty sure that SpaceX is trying to keep this simplified. The thing about helium is that it's expensive to buy. And you're going to need a lot of it with the flight rates that SpaceX needs. So using an exotic gas like that, helium is an exotic gas. Only use it when you absolutely need it. And it's rare on Earth, to be honest. The helium supply is quite low comparatively to other resources. Nitrogen, on the other hand, you're breathing it right now. So you want to use something that's off the shelf. Nitrogen isn't the most efficient thing in the world, but you know, once again, you're thinking about rockets. With Starship, you gotta not think about it like a rocket. Don't think about it like a rocket. Think about it like an airplane. Because if you try to apply rocket logic to Starship, stuff isn't gonna make sense. So, I'll give you an example. If you thought about a 747, right? Think about a 747 in your mind, or just an airplane. An airplane has landing gear. The landing gear is reusable, right? Plane takes off, lands somewhere else. That makes sense for an airplane, right? But if we were thinking about the most efficient way to do that, would be to jettison the landing gear. The plane would have way more range if it's not lugging that landing gear around. But you kind of need that for landing, don't you? Right? We can't have a big air cushion that the plane could just fall on, you know, at every airport. So, you know, a plane would be way more efficient if the landing gear wasn't there, right? So you got to think about Starship like an airplane. They don't want to use something exotic like helium, something that's going to cost a lot of money. You want to use more off-the-shelf components, and that sometimes might mean making the rocket a little less efficient, like using nitrogen. Like, I'm pretty sure Starship uses nitrogen thrusters too, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe they're helium. Who knows? Yeah, Dragoon, right? Could Starship use gas to protect sensitive areas from re-entry heat? Transpiration cooling, Leop? Too complicated for SpaceX. They thought so. With engineering, yeah, of course you could. With engineering, anything's possible. You could, but SpaceX, Leop, the way I look at that is not why didn't they use this? What are they trying to do? Well, SpaceX is trying to make the cost lower. And Elon and SpaceX came to the conclusion that a tile thermal protection system would have been less expensive than transpiration cooling. We know that SpaceX is trying to save money, right? They're trying to make this as simple as possible. And tiles were the simplest solution for a thermal protection system that they could come up with, right? And if we know that tiles are complicated from the space shuttle program, we know that that's a complicated thing to do. If that was the simplest solution, I don't even want to think how complicated transpiration cooling was, Leop. That's probably insanely complicated compared to that. I think it also might be ITAR too hired, but I don't know for sure. You say anything is possible with engineering, but what about VTOL? That thing on your screen, VTOL, Zakabidi. No, not the crane. No, not the curtains. How much are those tiles compared to the ones on the shuttle? I don't know, Phil. I don't know the exact cost, but they use a slightly different adhesion system. They're not glued, except in certain areas where they need to be glued. This is a mechanical attachment system. They're bolted. Bolted tiles are much quicker to replace because you could just bolt it in and be done with it instead of sitting there and waiting for the glue to set, right? So, because SpaceX has opted for a mechanical adhesion system instead of an adhesion system, I think it's safe to bet that they're probably trying to optimize the tile production and tile placement and tile attachment and turnaround on the boosters, and using the shuttle as a comparison, right? So once again, after all this, we know that Elon and SpaceX basically defaulted to the tiles being the best thermal protection system, the best reusable thermal protection system around. Which tells me that transpiration cooling or supersonic retropropulsion, I don't even want to know how complicated those would be comparatively. Or even a heat shield. That would suck. VTOLs, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they could use transpiration cooling, but they came to the conclusion that that was easier, and we know tiles aren't easy, so yeah. I mean, just some kind of deductive reasoning, I guess. There's the RCS right there. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. It's really weird to see. It's really weird to see starships, you know, Starhopper, which is basically like a flying trash can, right? It looks like R2-D2 has a rocket engine sticking out the bottom, right? To this. Like, even over the short, 4 years that Starship has kind of been doing its thing, you know, we've seen basically a grain silo, right? Or a flying trash can to freaking this thing. Even Ship 21 in pieces, that looks like a spaceship to me. Like, if you showed this to a person that didn't know anything about rockets, I'm fairly confident they could be like, yeah, that's a spaceship. You know what I mean? They'd be like, oh, what is that, a new space shuttle or something? Right? How dare you call Hoppy the Immortal a trash can? Oh, I'm sorry. Water tank. Do you think there will be a massive ramp up after the assessment is done? Idas, that's a good question. After the programmatic environmental assessment goes, I think they will ramp up at Boca Chica, but even the programmatic environmental assessment limits them to like maybe 10 launches. What was it, guys? I always forget the damn number. 10 to 15 launches and maybe 20 tests per year, which, yeah, that's a pretty hard ramp. That's a lot of launching. Even that's a lot of launching for anyone that isn't SpaceX. You know what I mean? It's 10, yeah. The 5 plus 5 equals 10. Yeah, I remember that conversation. Good. So 5 launches per year. Which tells me that they're going to basically use Boca Chica for development and testing. I think the real ramp up is going to happen. The real ramp up is going to happen in 2023, and it's going to be right here. SpaceX's Roberts Road facility at the Cape. If you really want my honest opinion, I think this is going to be, Boca Chica is going to be used for development because they're limited by the state of Texas to 10 launches, 5 to 10 launches per year. So the Cape, on the other hand, you can launch as many times as you want because it's like a designated area. It's not a public spaceport. It's a government spaceport. So I think 2022, this year, you're going to see a lot of flying out of Boca Chica for development testing. So orbital flight tests, hops, catches, stuff like that. And then the real show is going to happen in 2023 with the whole routine flight thing, Artemis program, Artemis testing. I think that's going to happen at the Cape, if you really want my honest opinion. Yeah, Smirks. That email from Elon was very telling, but I don't think anybody extrapolated what he was talking about correctly. And don't get me wrong, I'm not some Elon whisperer, dude, but I've been following SpaceX for a pretty long time. I'd like to think that at this point, I know the formula, at least to an extent. Elon was talking about that an outcome, if they don't scale Raptor 2, was a more probable outcome if they don't scale Raptor 2 by the end of this year was bankruptcy. That doesn't mean that SpankX, nice. That doesn't mean that SpaceX, right, will go bankrupt by the end of this year if they don't produce Raptors. That decreases their odds of success because that's how Elon thinks. He's a probability guy. But I think what's also very telling is why he would say something like that. I said at the time that, Elon's just cracking the whip. But why? Why would he do that? Well, it's pretty simple. Why the heck would they need a lot of Raptors in 2023? SpankX. Great. I want to be a SpankX customer. I think you guys all are, but you're just not admitting it. I think you're on the wrong website. Yeah, Copper. You don't know me. Cracking the whip SpankX? What are you talking about, man? Yeah, I know. No, I was going to say SpaceX bankruptcy, and it just came out as SpankX. Nice. That's awesome. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, he said that the email basically, states, probability of success goes down if we don't scale Raptor production by the end of 2022 in line for 2023. So once again, everybody took that as, SpaceX is going bankrupt. No, we here, the group of guys that help me analyze data in here, which is basically just chat when we do space news, they're the ones that you don't need to read between the lines. Elon isn't a read between the lines kind of guy. They need a lot of Raptors in 2023. That's what I get from that. That, coupled with the programmatic environmental assessment limiting launches out of Boca Chica, tells me that Boca Chica is basically a development and testing site, and the real show is going to be done at the Cape. You don't build a 320,000 square foot factory at the Cape for no reason. That's how big this proposed building is, guys. It's basically a VAB high bay just sitting on its side. Like, Harry has these pictures. Check it out overlaid over Boca Chica. Look at how big that building is. It's freaking huge. So, yeah, I think that's my theory. I don't know. Could make sense. Wait, so the plans for Roberts Road are set to be completed in 2023. I mean, IDES, that's a big building. It's going to take 8 months to complete. You don't have completion dates for plans. That's not how that works. But building a 320,000 square foot building is going to take time. Do I think it's going to take more than a year to build something like that? No. No, I don't think so. So I think it's reasonable to think that that thing will be operational about a year from now, which makes sense with Elon saying that they need a lot of Raptors in 2023, right? Kind of reminds me of the ULA factory. David, it is that big, man. They'll declare bankruptcy in 2023. No, a probable outcome was bankruptcy. But another probable outcome if they scale Raptors was that the Starship works. I don't know about you guys. I'd prefer this over spanking. Okay? Like, full disclosure. I mean, some people probably wouldn't, but I want this. Hey, you do you, bro. No. I'm saying I don't want to do me. I'm saying I want this. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Laserman's like, I'm undecided. Nice. You're missing the point. SpaceX is spanking the competition. Hey, we're not talking about the competition. We're talking about... Can we stop this joke, please? Can we stop this joke? Please? I don't want to do this joke anymore. Never! This chat is morally bankrupt. Yeah, I can tell. They're very thirsty. Y'all thirsty. Y'all thirsty. Y'all are gross. God damn it. SpankX streamer. Nice. Sounds like chat has not gotten out of their system yet. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. And that's why I want to do this, so I can get away from just your spanking. You with your spanks. Alright. It's 8 o'clock, guys. I can't stop the joke, Mal. Let's finish watching this footage here. Wait, what was that? What was that? There's something that... It was aliens. Did you see it? It was aliens. Confirmed. That's ship 21. So the nose cone that we were just looking at, where it's like, oh, it looks like a spaceship, that's what it's supposed to be coupled to, guys, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Nah, Malachi, not much. There's the wide bay. Yeah, Bill, I think you might be right. Yeah, there you go, Panda Man, right? Crew and equipment arrives at Starbase. Fesco is an oil field service company. Huh. That looks like something you built in Satisfactory. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Dude, I could make buildings with the flying buttresses out the side. That would be kind of cool. Fesco. Yeah, oil company. That truck is so cool. Thomas, look at that thing. Oh, that truck is cool. I also like the one in front of it. That guy looks like an oil man. Yeah, indeed. They're staging outside of the propellant store production area. Yeah, I think that SpaceX is trying to tap the wells. Tap the wells there because there was a gas well in Boca Chica a long time ago. Fesco, Petroleum Engineers. Cool. It's free methane. It's free real estate. Someone commented on YouTube that oil drillers arriving at a rocket launch site means possible asteroid inbound. Yep. Ground cleared for construction near the high and wide bays. So right here, that right there is electrical. Those are electrical conduits, the gray pipes. I think the other stuff might be water lines, but I could be wrong, all the tubes. But the PVC pipes are actually, those are conduits, so electrical. This is just basically the where the wire harness plugs into the building from the grid. They run them underground. Bulldozers, or not bulldozers, excavators doing excavator things. They're moving dirt around because they took down the huge berm that they had right there next to the methane tanks. And I'm pretty sure they took that berm down because they're going to put 2 more methane tanks right where that excavator on the left is. But anyway, I don't think there's any other NSF footage for today. There's the SF-8 launch. Yeah. No, we already saw the cargo door prototype. All right, guys, we're all caught up. Is James Webb Space Telescope's insertion burn on Monday? Yep. Yeah, it's on Monday. It'll be in the... It's already been a month, man. That's kind of weird. We'll have pictures from that thing before you know it. Get some sleep. Has EJ watched the slow-mo USSF take off? Oh, you guys... Here, I'll load it up. I know where to get it. Hold on. So Tori Bruno tweeted this. It's called Into the Dark Maw of Glory. It's about to get hot, like right in this area right here. That's awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't want to stand here, man. It would be an awesome view for about 5 seconds. Dude, how about this? You know what's crazy about this, man? Check this out. So, look, you can see the overpressure. That's from RD-180 ignition, right? And then you can see the SRB was ignited right after that. There's another overpressure wave that comes out over here on the left. Watch. See it? There's your SRB ignition right there. Pretty cool, huh? That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. You can tell it's an Atlas because of the way it is. There's the RD-180 ignition, and then the SRB ignition right there pops out of the side. What is this supposed to be? What do you mean, what is it supposed to be? It's looking in the flame bucket. You're looking up the business end of the flame trench in the flame bucket. Watch. When you see the ice shake off the booster, that means the engine turned on. Testing? No. This was not a test. This was a launch. I think they put it there just for fun. Yeah, this wasn't testing. This was the launch. Ready? This is from another view. Damn, that's awesome. So, this is an engineering camera, Bill. This is definitely an engineering camera. You could tell because of the exposure. Look at how the camera's, even before the rockets ignite, the camera's super underexposed. It looks dark. This thing launched in the morning. It launched during the day. Everything looks super dark because they turn the exposure down because they know to do that, because when the rocket engines ignite, it's going to overexpose the camera. So what they do is they have a really low exposure rate, really underexposed shot. And when the rocket engine turns on, you get, because they're so bright, you get some really nice contrast and you can see what the rocket engine is doing. In this particular case, you can see the RD-180 turn on. Ready? There's the propellant mixing. Right? Turbo pump spool. And there you go. So what happens here with the rocket engine, that's the propellants being mixed in. And they're combusting a little bit, but you're not up to chamber pressure. And then you get up to chamber pressure, right? And the overpressure blows out any inert gas inside of, any air basically inside of the combustion chamber, because the explosion that's about to come out, and boom, then the engines turn on. Happens real quick. That all that air getting pushed out of the rocket engine is what causes what's called an overpressure event. That's that big thing, like Bruce, you were asking what that thing that came out of the flame trench was. You're seeing the overpressure event hit the water in on the sound suppressors. They spray water into the flame trench to quench the sound. Water absorbs sound very, very well. And you don't want the rocket sounds to be reverberating off the pad. If there's anybody out there that's a sound engineer, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Sounds reverberate everywhere. The rocket engine noise is so ridiculously loud and causes such ridiculous vibrations that the sound can reverberate off the ground and damage the rocket right at liftoff. You don't want that to happen. So there's two types of systems that rocket engineers employ to try and make that not happen. you have a pad deluge system, and then you have a sound suppressor. Pad deluge is above the pad. That's these things. See all these nozzles right here? Those will turn on here at the end, by the end of this video. And then you have your sound suppressor. Your sound suppressor is below the pad in the flame bucket. That's what we saw in the other shot. We saw the water turn on and then the explosion pushed through the water. It absorbs the sound, so Atlas 5's own noise doesn't shake itself to pieces. So that overpressure event powering through the sound suppression system is what that other shot was, Bruce. The overpressure event from turning the rocket engines on. So see, you got good ignition. And where's the SRB ignition? See that flash right there? That's the SRB turning on. At least I think. One engine, two engine. They hold the rocket on the pad to make sure that it's good. And then when you see that tail service mast umbilical, the TSMU, when you see it separate, that's when they lit the SRB. Oh, it was slightly after. Just a fraction of a second after. SRBs always light right when they separate from the pad. Atlas uses 2 explosive bolts and a vehicle stabilization system to triangulate it on the pad. There's 2 bolts from this camera angle. They're lined up like this. Like this. And then up on the fixed service structure on top of this mobile launcher, there's basically a detachable strut that holds the thing in place. So the two bolts down the bottom and the VSS up at the top hold that core stage in place. There's 2 here, and then there's 1 on the side. So you're holding the rocket. If you looked at the rocket from the top, you're holding it at 12, 3, and 6. The reason why they do that, the reason why it has such a strange attachment system is so they can mount SRBs here, because hold down points get in the way of SRBs. So there's only 2 on an Atlas core stage at 12 and 6 o'clock. And then at the 3 o'clock position, the fixed service structure is holding it in place. That all separates right at ignition. And then you can see that it gets really bright here. Right there. That's SRB ignition. And then they let it go. Here, let's watch the whole thing. Let's watch the whole thing abridged. Just FYI, they have this in higher resolution on the YouTube. Okay. Let's look at it there, shall we? Oh, that's really cool. That's freaking wild, dude. Can I... So there's your propellants are on, igniters right there. Right there. You know what's crazy is that the overpressure event that I'm telling you about, spewing all that gas out real quick, it actually compresses gas inside of the flame trench. And some of that gas gets forced right back up the flame trench. And you can see it right here. What's going to happen to this gas is because the rocket engines are accelerating the air down so fast, it's going to create a vacuum. And it'll start pulling gas back in. And you'll see gas flowing, like getting sucked down into the flame trench. It's really, really cool stuff. The rockets move so much air that the air around the rocket engine gets accelerated too, and it sucks it back down into the flame trench. Look, I mean, like, look at the freaking, this vent tube, whatever it is getting sucked right in. It's crazy. So the engine's turning on, shook all the ice off the LOX tank. Oh yeah, you got a real nice film cooling on the RD-180. Very nice. That's right, Kobe. What's that? I just learned that they fuel Atlas way ahead of time before the launch. Do you know the reason? They fuel the RP-1 tank during the wet dress rehearsal, and then they just never drain it. Why? There's no point. It's not cryogenic. They don't keep the liquid oxygen in there. Yeah, this Atlas V was the RP-1. The kerosene was fueled like a week ago or something. They roll every Atlas out to the pad, tank it and test it, make sure that it's good. They do everything except firing the motors. They do a simulated countdown with every single Atlas, and then when it's good, they detank the liquid oxygen because it boils off, but they keep the RP-1 in there, and then they roll it back into the VIF. Yeah, Atlas, that's what that means, Tesla. Hey, Neo, 48-month resub. No wet dress rehearsal on USS F8. They were actually loading RP-1 as we were setting up cameras the day before. Well, there you go. Yeah, the point is that they load Vulcan. I mean, that's cool that for the specifics, but the point is that yeah, they fill it up a couple of days in advance. And that's actually a tradition with Atlas. Load it up and just kind of leave it there. That's the Atlas family of rockets does that. Because it's vertically integrated. It's vertically integrated. It could stay in there. It's no problem. As long as the VSS is holding the vehicle in place, it's not going to fall down. Look at all the ice that's coming off the LOX tank. It's getting sucked right into the flame diverter. That's really cool. It's also really cold, but it's crazy because it's really cold right here, but it's really hot right there. Yeah, Vulcan. Mm-hmm. And here we go. See? Pad deluge system turned on right there. They wait a second because they don't want to spray. You don't want to spray the rocket with water. You want to spray the rocket flames with water. So they always wait. They always wait a second. They always wait till the rocket's clear of the pad. We've cleared the pad, right? That's clear. And then they turn on the pad deluge system. And all that water is getting forced down into the flame trench, and it's quenching these flames to make sure that it cools the pad off and the sound doesn't vibrate up and damage the vehicle. This is really great footage, man. Really, really good stuff. Dude, I wish we had access to everybody's engineering cameras, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that they don't want that. Your flames will never be quenched. If we're talking about the sound suppression system at Slick 41, yeah, I've touched it at one point. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, they have a twin sound suppressor on 41. Yeah, look. So check this out. They're spraying into the flame trench twice. The deluge system is up here. The suppressor is down here. Great fun. So, a cool thing to see here, guys, for the keen-eyed, is that this is a gas purge sound suppression system. So they have a nitrogen tank that's connected into a water tank, and there's a valve in there. And then the water tank has pipes that lead to all these pipes here, there, and at the end of the flame trench. What they do is when the rocket launches, they basically just open the valve. And the nitrogen goes into the tank, and the water valves open, and the nitrogen filling up the water tank shoots the water. It creates pressure, and it shoots the water into this stuff. That's the part, Vulcan, that I've seen up close. I've touched it. Touched the tank, which is actually pretty cool. It's over there from this camera. It's over there on the left. How does a sound suppression system work? Spray water into the rocket's flames, and water absorbs sound, Slackster. Now watch. The water will spray out. It sprays out for a second. And then the water tank empties. And then these just shoot out liquid nitrogen. See? They're not liquid nitrogen. They shoot out gaseous nitrogen. That's what all this stuff is. It's gaseous nitrogen. Yeah, see, shooting out over there too. That must be a check valve or something. How many days in advance do they pump out water in the flame duct and call the negator catcher? Oh no. I'm wondering if this guy down here in the bucket is not, I'm wondering if that one is on a different system. Because that one's going for a really long time. It's pretty cool. You can see that same exact system working right here. Watch. Let me go forward a little bit. There he goes. That's really cool. Sure, Gaw. Yeah, I'm not sure. That might be an unintended result. She is a really nice launcher. Well, Atlas is really good, man. I like Delta more. But Atlas is really good. They're all good, man. It's all good. And that's freaking wild, dude. For obvious reasons, yeah. Some more info on the water system. Who doesn't like the rocket that lights itself on fire? Yeah, true that. Yeah. Cool. Alright, guys. I think that's everything. I think I got all of it for the day. Do we want to get into hearts? Some of the most meta launches. Titan 2, Saturn 5, Delta 4. I still think the shuttle is the coolest. Yeah, the shuttle's probably the coolest. The build up to shuttle launches is what makes them so cool. Like the engines ignite. And you could see the engines ignite and the whole stack turns, and but that's just the start. Right when it gets right back into position, the 2 SRBs go off, and then you're going. It's nothing. The anticipation of excitement from a shuttle launch is nuts. It's still the coolest thing. I don't even know if like a Starship launch will be as cool. Because firing the shuttle engines first, turning those on, and then the SRB ignition, it's just. So the Niners have negative yardage. Wrecked. Saturn 5 startup? Yeah, of course. My thing about the Saturn 5, dude, and this is what's crazy, is that we know that the... You know that the Saturn V had sound suppressors on it. It had a sound suppressor, at least I think it did. But here, check this. Hold on a second. So here, take a look from this is from the Apollo 11 trailer.
I'd like to know what you feel as far as the responsibilities of representing mankind on this trip.
That's relatively difficult to answer. It's a job that we collectively said that was possible and we could do, and of course the nation itself is backing us. So we just sincerely hope that we measure up to that.
Okay. I don't mean to like stop in the middle of the thing, but look at the flames coming out the left side of the flame trench. The sound suppressor couldn't, like the Saturn V, nah, sound suppressor. Okay. The flames are, I mean, keep in mind, these flames are being diverted in two directions, right? They're going that way and they're going that way. But you can, the Saturn V is the only rocket that I've ever seen where the flames are coming out of the flame trench. Like straight up out of the flame trench. Like, watch that footage again.
Of course,
the flames are coming out of the flame trench. It usually doesn't happen with new rockets, not even the shuttle.
Measure up to that.
The whole Apollo program was designed to get 2 Americans to the lunar surface and back again to Earth safely. The enormity of this event is something that only history will be able to judge.
Pretty cool, huh? Didn't it eat the concrete? Every rocket engine eats the concrete. Rocket engines for concrete is like a sandblaster. What a sandblaster does to paint. Yeah, it's abrasive. Rockets are very abrasive. Mm-hmm. I mean, those flames, like, I just want to point out, those flames coming out of the sides were hundreds of feet tall. Those flames are easily 60 meters, like, from the top of the flame trench to where the flame stops. It's easily 60, 70 meters. It's like 200 feet. It's crazy. What's the grit rating of a rocket? Let's say -4. As the old adage goes, a suppressor is not a silencer. Yeah. It's not a silencer, Poison. It's a suppressor. Counterclockwise thread. That was one of the funniest scenes. You guys see the A-Team remake? It came out a long time ago. That's the best part. Guy's like, I'm going to put a silencer on my gun. He's like, it's not a silencer. It's a suppressor. Counterclockwise. I'm like, it's funny because it has a counterclockwise thread. Okay. Not to link you too much today, but this photo of the Apollo 11 showing the Saturn V leaning away from the tower is incredible. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. There's always a little period of instability. The Saturn V had a notorious grav loss off of the pad, and that's why it's tilted a little bit. It's crazy. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna save that for later. Well, it was an intentional lean to not run into the mobile launcher from what I'd learned. Yeah, I suppose that probably had some kind of effect too, yeah. I mean, Vulcan, do you think the reason why they want to lean the rocket away from the tower is because of what I was saying? Because of the grav loss stuff? Why would you tilt the rocket away from the tower? It's not pointed at the tower. Low TWR gives you a period of relative instability off of the pad, right? It gives you a period of low instability off of the pad. You can't rely on aerodynamics to stabilize. You're only relying on gimbal, like Falcon 9 when it's landing. It's the reverse of that. So it's probably an induced pitch off of the pad to be absolutely sure that this thing doesn't drift into the LUT, right? Do you like the air launches to orbit? Yeah, Leop, they're pretty cool. Straddle launching really only makes sense if you're trying to move something maybe about this big into space. Why? Because no plane that exists can carry a bigger rocket. There's no plane out there that can carry a fully fueled Falcon 9. If there was, we would use it. We'll wait for another day, Vulcan. I've read a 4-degree pitch or yaw, I don't remember, to help clear the tower. Let me look at that picture one more time. I'll tell you what axis that is. So